All right, guys. All right, team, we're awake. What's up, Trading David DS? What's up, team? I'm glad it's Friday. What's up, Beach Bum, Leslie? All right. Yeah, I'm happy it's Friday, man. One of those days. I wish my voice would stay this deep all day. I really do. I wish my voice would stay this deep all day. You know, like Batman. In about 30 minutes, I'll sound like Pee Wee Herman, you know, so it'll kind of revert back. But I wish it stayed this deep. This is the first time I've said anything this morning, so. Red or green day today, guys? CPI. PPI data is expected to come out. They're expecting PPI data to show up as, let me see. Yeah, so they're expecting PPI data to show up at 0.2%. Year over year, PPI is expected at 0.7%. So producer inflation's going down. We don't really have any big earnings this morning. Log out. So yeah, resets on Top Step, but I'm just not realizing. All right. Again, look at Tesla falling back down a little bit, man. Tesla's volatile. Luckily, like I've scaled out of most of my trade. Like yesterday on that big move up to 250s, I took profit, and now we're back down to 253s. The question is, what does the market do for the rest of the day today with PPI data coming out this morning? It was kind of a flat day yesterday. We closed right around where we opened the day before. So Yeah, I mean, a lot of my swing trades actually didn't do that bad despite the big drops yesterday. I also scaled out a lot of them, but like a lot of them did okay yesterday despite the big drops. I don't know why. I guess because a lot of the swing trades I buy are stocks that are pulling back heavy. Um, but yeah. But to put it into perspective, guys, stocks are kind of where they closed on the 9th. So stocks are basically where they were Wednesday. So yesterday was a completely break-even day. And it's basically been flat. Like if you look at the SPY, it's flat. If you look at the Q, it's flat. Um, crypto and ETH, Bitcoin, they're down a little bit. Bitcoin's been at the same spot for days now, though. Yeah, Raul. That's what I trade mostly, the E-mini, the Q in day trading. Swing trading, I'm holding actual shares of companies. How you guys doing? You guys are up or down on the week so far? All right, so again, I'm looking at the Barron's article. We got a couple. This might be, yeah, Barron's articles. So they're saying that the inflation rate in July came in slightly lower than expected. It gives the Fed a certain amount of reasons to keep, less of a reason to keep raising rates, which investors should be, ultimately happy about. Markets now think there's more than a 90% plus chance that rates are going to stay unchanged and pause or skip, according to the Fed, that they're not going to raise rates during the next cycle, which is, I believe, September 20th. But we still got over a month until that date hits. Headline inflation rate and core still too high for the Fed. I think about 3% isn't good enough when 2% is the target, and the slight increase in the headline rate now to 3.2%, even though the expectation was 3.3% for August. Does show that the rate can keep going up even when disinflation is the broader trend. Shelter costs drove what ultimately would be inflation for August. Economists think it's not going to rise as fast, but who knows if they're right or not. Other reasons are going to keep the rate from falling too much, according to Barron's here. The labor market is pretty tight, and services inflation is still pretty strong. Yeah, so basically, it's very likely that they pause or skip during the next cycle. We'll see if they do, but it's very possible. Bitcoin currently at about 29.4. Hmm. The market going down like this. No, it doesn't, man. I mean, Raphael, bro, listen, man. Um, I've said this before, Raphael, and again, I'm going to preface what I'm about to say with that I'm not insulting you intentionally or trying to insult you, man. But you seem pretty emotional about everything, brother. Like I think like you're misunderstanding what the market is. The market doesn't have to do anything. Nobody knows what it's going to do, brother. And like if you look at a long-term chart, it's kind of like the market has been tearing up this year, you know? So like being upset with the market on the small pullback that it's done after it's basically done this all year. Again, I just don't know if it's a reasonable thing, brother. It doesn't mean it's rigged. It doesn't mean it's not a good market. It's just pulling back some, and pullbacks are healthy. Typically, like you want to see a pullback. Like, look, we got one here, and it just kind of stabilized it and pushed the market up more. And I'm not saying that's what's going to happen here, but I guess my point is like you should never be mad at the market. You always just got to be kind of neutral, you know. No offense. Hope you understand what I'm saying. Yeah, there's a very famous quote, which is that the market can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. In the end, this pullback is small, though. Like, look how small this pullback is. Like, this pullback's only lasted for a week or two, and that's normal. The question is, are you buying the dip right now? I don't know. This pullback's not really super long, man. Again, you zoom out, it kind of takes away that. So you're telling me you think this is long? I mean, listen, brother, this one was longer. This one was longer. All right. Pullbacks are normal. They're healthy. A pullback doesn't mean just like this. That's not really a pullback. A pullback's typically, and that's kind of what it looks like. But again, who knows what we're going to do? I'm not saying we're going to do anything. Yeah, I mean, I guess the whole point I'm trying to make, Raphael, it's all good, bro. But the point I'm trying to make is this. This pullback is relatively small. Like when you look at the history of this year and just the history of the market in general. And I'm not saying it's not going to keep pulling back. I don't know what it's going to keep doing. But like acting like this is just the largest pullback ever. I mean, it's just, I don't agree. I think it looks pretty small of a pullback, and maybe we keep falling. I don't know. But y'all be smart. Yeah, let me do a poll. Got you, man. Yeah, hold on. Again, today's PPI inflation data. Y'all be smart. All right. So we're going to do a poll. Today, PPI inflation data comes out. NASDAQ record increase for 6 months in history. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we can look at the Q. We can look at the NASDAQ and see what it's doing. But Nvidia diving down. I'm in one of the SOXS trades, so I think this is actually probably treating me pretty well. It is, yeah. I've been in SOXS all for a while. Disney's still doing pretty nice, man. Again, Disney's one of those stocks where it's like, I'm sure hearing a lot of crickets about my Disney trades. Man, every time, bro. Listen, they can dish it out. They just better be ready to take it because they'll never hear the end of it. Hey, my guy, Zach. I like your dedication and neutral coaching. It's all about risk management. You do a great job showing everyone the importance of how small wins are key. Keep up the good work. Good luck today. Trade safe. Know your risk. Thanks, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $20, man. Thank you so much. Great call on Disney in the mid 80s. Thank you, Joshua. I'm telling you, man. Listen, again, I mean, it's one of those things. Like, I think there's like a learning experience of trading. But yeah, thank you so much, man. I appreciate the 20. But yeah, I think there's like a learning experience where it's like I've been around the market for years and years and years. And so I'm used to this type of stuff. I've seen all these different phases of the market activity every day. And I think you do get into like a flow state when you watch the market every day. You know, like you get into like a little bit of a flow state where you kind of start to understand what the market's been doing or what it has the tendency to do. And so I think like watching just so much emotion on both sides show up every day, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, but again, for the Bulls panicking right now or the Bears celebrating, like this pullback is not the largest pullback in the world, you know. Like typically stocks are not going to go straight up, and like there is an argument for a dip here. You know, like if we really zoom out some, like the thing to understand is that okay, so like here's the 2020 crash, right? And everything that happened from that, where all these equities just fell super quick. You know, I think Uber or United Airlines was at like 20, $25. MGM was at like $15, and now it's at 50. And so a lot of these stocks just fell really heavily throughout this period of time, all the way up until like 2021. Maybe it wasn't 2020, it was a 2021 crash, you know, where all these equities just started falling and falling and falling. You know, now here we are a couple years later, and like the market's kind of on the rebound from this here. So like if you look at this, the market's slumped in 2021, and now we're kind of on the rebound back, and now we just did this. And so like the question is this a cup and handle? That's the question, I think. Is this a cup and handle? I think it's arguable that it could be, because again, with the cup and handle, it looks like this, right? So a cup and handle looks like that. You see the cup, you see the handle. That's what a cup and handle looks like. And so we've made the cup and we've made the handle first half. And so if this is a cup and handle, we'll start to see something like this, which is very possible. Again, I'm not saying that's what we're in. I'm just saying that could be what we're in. Yeah, I bought those 2 Roblox call options. They're doing freaking great right now. And so, again, I don't know what we're going to get. I don't know what this is. And, yeah, I don't know. as I always do. I don't know. Yeah. All right, so we are breaking down a little bit on Tesla down at 243s. Yeah, for sure. Short term, I'm bullish on market, but I think eventually everything will come down. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the time frame. Like again, there's an argument for both sides depending on the time frame that we're in. So like again, if we look at really short term, you could say we're bearish. If you zoom out a little bit on a daily, you could say if you zoom out a little bit on a daily, you could say this is bullish. We're on a pullback bounce. If you zoom out even more, you could say up, this is bearish. If you zoom out even more, you could say up, this is bullish. You know, so it's like it's all relative to time frame, and nobody knows, and we'll see what we get. You know. Yeah, we don't really have any big earnings this morning either. Nothing nice. We got like Air Canada in terms of like economic data and releases. Um, we don't really have much. We got Brazil CPI also coming out today. Michigan consumer sentiment and expectations. Ooh, that's kind of big. It's not huge, but it's somewhat relevant. We'll watch it. Um, let's take a look. E-mini, NASDAQ. Good morning, KT. Yeah, I guess, do y'all think the market's going to close red or green? I'm looking at our poll numbers here. 40% of people say lower, 38% say higher, 22% say as expected here. Still pretty early, so we're going to kind of wait for more people to get in here, but What do y'all think about this thumbnail, man? I'm creating a new thumbnail. What do you think about that one? I think that one's pretty good, right? A little bit different. I'm not sure how NASDAQ will be affected, but I'm on buy. I'm short. On what, Toby? What's up, Offset? Buy or sell for you? I don't know, man. What's up, Freedom? I mean, I think there's an argument for a dip buy, but I also think the markets look pretty weak the last couple days. And so with that, I'm not trying to really push super heavily into that type of sentiment. You know, does PPI month over month have a big effect on pound yen? I'm not sure. It's probably going to affect it a little bit, but I mean, it is a U.S. release, so I don't know how much those pairs are influenced by it. I really don't know. It is a U.S. release, though, but again, I'm just not sure how much those pairs are really influenced by it. All right, why is Robinhood trending? Yeah. There's so many scammy crypto airdrops. They're just everywhere, bro. Bro, at what point do AMC traders say enough nonsense conspiracy theories, dude? Seriously, man. Pairs are relative. Yeah, it is Friday, guys. It's the first week back at school. Anybody ever heard of Grape Crypto, or are they just freaking... Bro, I don't know how many platforms I got emailing me. All right, guys. Six very beat up. Y'all do me a favor as you come in the room, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I definitely appreciate it. Vote on the poll. Let me know what you guys think. Great protocol. It's legit. Are they really? So, I mean, I don't ever want to be sponsored by an actual crypto. Diamond Hands, AMC, Abe Diamond. I mean, good luck. Again, the problem is this, man. And again, I've said this before and I'll say it again. The problem with all these is this, right? So, like, this is the trend. This new conspiracy is out where big money is trying to hurt retail traders. And somehow that means AMC is going to go up crazy big percentages. Everybody's hype gets pushed up, high. Everybody's putting out these conspiracy theories. AMC is going to squeeze. And then everybody realizes it's nonsense. And the hype dies back down, and AMC sits at about $4 a share. AMC starts to go back up to $5 a share. All this hype comes out about these conspiracy theories about how big money is trying to hurt retail traders. And somehow that means AMC is going to go up. And then the hype dies back down. And it kind of goes like this. And if you look at the AMC chart, that's what it looks like. And so I'm holding AMC, believe it or not. But like at a certain point, when do the conspiracy theories stop, bro? Like, I've never seen so many like traders so desperate to keep a movement alive. Like, listen, you should never base your whole stock identity around one stock. It's dumb. One stock is a terrible idea. Don't base your whole stock identity or portfolio around one stock. It's a horrible idea, guys. The reason it's a bad idea is because diversification is the powerful thing in markets. And if you're not diversified, you're losing most of the time. Yeah, we made this post about AMC, and it's absolutely true. You can also give me a follow if you haven't already, guys. We appreciate it. Yeah, it's Friday. We do have a job, and we do have stuff to do. Shout out to you if you know the reference. Bro, honestly, dude, I'm kind of frustrated, man. So, like, Asurion insurance is great, but, like, I have the fold phone, and my phone broke, and then I discovered I had insurance on it. So I'm getting a brand new one, which is great. But like, I'm looking at Asurion, and like, they're like, oh, well, your fold phone's on back order. And they've been telling me every day it's on back order. It's been like a week now. And every day it's on back order, you know, and like every day it's, you know, they never have it. Every day they send me an email saying, hey, it's on back order. How long does that last? Does anybody else have experience with that? Also, how good is Bitmart as a platform? How good is Bitmart? Let me see their copy trading. Are they active over there? What's up, Stans? Yeah, Bitcoin, guys. I mean, we did a crypto show yesterday. I think we're going to be doing one today too at 29,500 for Bitcoin. The Nasdaq starting to flush down a little bit, and you're gonna see the Nasdaq here. But markets are pretty flat, slightly red, but not super red or anything like that this morning. Tesla's breaking down. That's one of the ones we can look at. Apple here. Here's Apple. Apple's gapping down slightly. Is there a previous closing price thing on Moomoo? Does anybody know how to pull that up? I know you can write scripts on Moomoo. But yeah, Apple pretty flat on the day. We could look at like Microsoft here. See Microsoft. Pretty flat. Google. Pretty flat. So again, we'll see if PPI helps us today. Here's AMC. AMC's still sitting under $5. Only at 490s. Disney, though, guys, hey, how about that movement? It's been a busy couple days. Again, it's Friday. We are pretty early in the morning here today. Let me look at my scanners here on Moomoo. All right, guys. So again, it is the 11th, man, and this month's flying by. And again, market's pretty flat right now. We're watching crypto, watching Bitcoin. There's some other news, but CPI data yesterday. All right, guys. Let me put some numbers up in chat. Let me make sure we're doing this right. There we go. I closed the short. I really don't want to short the bottom, but I'm afraid I'll have to cover my bad long. I went in yesterday. Any idea how to get out of this situation? I hedged to the top, basically. Well, I'm not sure what you mean, Solar. You're awake so early all the time. Crazy. Yeah, man. Honestly, I'm a morning person, though. Like, that's something that my daughter and I joke about. My son's exactly the same way, man. My son, honestly, it's crazy how much my son is like me. My son has the same issues, the same strengths as I do, which are like, my son has ADHD combined presentation is what it's called. And like, he gets up super early, and then once he's up, he can't go back to sleep. He gets a little bit of insomnia, exactly like I do. Like, if I get up in the morning at like 5 a.m., I can't go back to sleep. Like, once I'm up, I'm up. There's no going back to sleep for me. There's nothing I can do. I'm basically just SOL. And my son's exactly the same way. And so my son also has kind of the same social issues at school that I had when I was his age, which are like, I don't know. I just couldn't sit still when I was his age. Even when I'm sitting at this computer, my leg is just bouncing constantly. So if you ever see me shaking, it's not like I'm actually shaking. it's most likely I'm just tapping my leg, and that makes it look like I'm shaking, which I'm not. I'm just tapping my leg. But yeah. Point is, I'm a morning person. I'm useless in the evening. And the problem that I face a lot is like I'm getting calls from a lot of different people, and a lot of different people are like calling me and wanting to talk to me that I know, but I can't but I procrastinate talking to them so much, and sometimes I just never talk to them because by the time 7 o'clock in the afternoon hits, 6 or 7 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm useless. I don't want to talk to anybody about work. I don't want to talk to anybody about anything. I just kind of want to relax because I got to get up at 5 or 4 in the morning. So, it is what it is. It's kind of the stock life, but it's all good. I'm happy with it. You know what I mean? No, we've tried CBD. It doesn't work. So we've tried CBD. Oh no, man. And my son had this weird fever not too long ago where he spiked 104 fever, and he just kind of stayed that way for like 4 days. And this was like 2 months ago. But he just kind of stayed that way for days. He didn't really have any other symptoms either. It was very strange. Yeah, I've tried the full spectrum. I've tried it all, and I love CBD. CBD is great. I have insomnia, and so it's really difficult for me to get a good night's sleep. I typically perform better when I get about 6 hours as opposed to 7. So like if I get 6 hours of sleep, I feel better when I wake up in the morning. Um, and I think a lot of the time what happens is like I go to sleep, and when I first get up in the morning, maybe I got to go pee or something. Like I get up, and then if I go back to sleep after I initially wake up, when I wake up again, I feel worse. Like if you go back to sleep after you get up, the first time you feel worse. Where if you just wake up and get out of bed and you go on with your day, I feel better personally. I go to bed at like 10, 10, 10:30, 11. Sometimes later. It depends on if I can sleep well. Yeah, well, CBD doesn't really do much for sobriety. I think it's not really it doesn't have any heavy psychological effects. Uh, thing that helps most kids with ADHD in the morning. Get him running with you before school. I don't have time to run, though. That's the problem. Yeah, man. I've been eating healthier. Quick 2-mile run. Yeah, it's just so strange, man. So like you see these trolls show up and it's like they're obviously trolls. Like they're obviously like bot accounts that are it's obviously somebody just kind of creating fake accounts and then just creating another one when they get banned and creating another one, essentially saying the same thing. And so it's not like they're actual like real criticisms. I think it would actually hurt more if it was real criticisms. But like to picture there's some guy that's just, and I think I know who it is too. I think it's somebody. There's a couple of theories that I have of who it is. And again, regardless of whether I'm right on there, man. I mean, let it out, guys. It's all right, you know. When you look as good as I do, I mean, listen, you're gonna get haters, you know. But cheers to you guys, man. Y'all are up early. But whoever it is, they must not really understand that how obvious it is that like they're fake. Like, right? Like y'all are obviously just creating different accounts saying the same thing and you're doing it every day. You know, it could also be bots. Somebody could be bots. I know a guy who admitted to buying a bunch of Facebook likes, and so it could be that guy. Yeah, I mean, again, just regardless of who it is, just let it out, guys. It's all right, you know. Top 3 most modest in the world for sure. Yesterday was all right. I mean, we made money. We lost a little bit of money in some stocks on our swing trades, but I think overall we were green yesterday. I think we made a couple $100 on our swing trades, which I'm super pumped about. I'm very happy about that, you know. Yeah, I've never really traded the UK market. Yeah, I mean, I play football with my German Shepherds every day, and so that's the most exercise I get every day. I'm pretty active in the gym as well, though, to be honest. But yeah, but I play football with my dogs every day. So like my dog Bruce, he loves football. He will chew up. We bought like a pack of like 10 footballs, like rubber footballs, and he's popped all of them already. But they were cheap, so we'll probably get him some more. But he loves to play football, so he'll catch it too. So I can say down set hut and back up and throw the football, and Bruce will jump up in the air and catch that football. But he freaking loves it. But that's kind of how I exercise. It's fun. I get to run around with the dogs all day. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah. It's fun, man. Honestly, I'll have to get some videos of it. They're into it. Like they're into football. I just know like with German Shepherds, you got to exercise them like a lot every day. And so I just got to make sure to just kind of get their reps in and let them play. But anyways, guys, market's pretty sideways, pretty stagnant, pretty flat. Today is PPI inflation data today, so we do have a pretty decent data release right now. And again, today's a pretty big day. We'll put a timer up here. Slow slower time though, guys. It is the middle of the summer. All right, so again, it is right at 7 o'clock market time. We got about an hour, 28 minutes or so. So about an hour and 28 minutes until PPI data comes out, guys. About an hour and 28 minutes. Again, let me know what you guys think is going to happen. The market will react to this today. We don't know how much. It's PPI, so it's usually a little bit less hyped than CPI data, but it's still somewhat, relevant. All right, guys. NASDAQ at 15,177, 15,177, starting to bounce back a little bit. Yeah, I'm not even saying anything about hats today, man. Again, I was talking about the creepy guy from Carol's dream. Again, Carol had a weird dream, man. It was a strange dream, dude. NASDAQ starting to bounce. We're watching Bitcoin. Bitcoin's still slow, along with a lot of stuff today, which is just slow. All right. So did this guy really try to pump? What's the symbol for Soho House? Is that actually a stock? Somebody help me out, educate me on that. I really don't know. Man, who knew that the cards actually had an 8 on them for the 8 cards? Same as yesterday. Will the PPI troll show up? Nah. John, if you want. Yeah, again, my guess with the trolls, again, just to theorize here, is that whoever's sending them to me is trying to throw me off the trail by pumping. whoever that YouTuber was. And I don't necessarily think that YouTuber's the one doing it. I think it's somebody else that I know that is trying to make me think that it's not who it actually is. And so now they're trying to like make me think that it's not them by like promoting some random YouTuber. That's my guess about what it is. And I'm pretty sure that's what it is, you know. But interesting here, it's like a mystery, you know. I'm just glad my channel's growing so much to where we got people that are actually obsessed with it, you know. Yeah, so we're looking at earnings. We don't really have any big earnings. Nothing. We had Air Sculpt Tech, Soho House, which is SHCO. Here's a lesson, guys. If you find yourself on Twitter desperately trying to pump up an obscure penny stock company, reevaluate what you're doing in your life, okay? Reevaluate your trading, you know? All right, team. Again, SPY all the way back up to 446, roughly 446. Been pulling back between like 446 and 447. Yeah, and with PPI data, let me make sure we got this right. I think we do. Yeah, we do. Okay, good. And we got that new thumbnail, which, you know, again, I think I could probably just produce the thumbnails myself. I don't think I need to hire somebody to do it. Let's see, we want to check June. All right, team. And again, we do have a little bit of time. Let me see what we got. All right, in June. Check PayPal. And again, so the SPY back up a little bit. You can see the tech heavy Q here. And we can also look at like Tesla. SCHO is up a little bit. I don't know if it's up on like earnings or what, but it is up some. Haters gonna, hey, do you think the dollar index will be bullish or bearish? I really don't know, man. My personal thesis for the market is a 10% pullback for August as catalysts for growth continue to dwindle, and depending on Nvidia's earnings, the Qs can move drastically as a lot of AI money is invested. 100%. Yeah, I mean, I think it's possible. So Penn is selling their company for $2 billion to Barstool. Yeah. Oh yeah, the terms of that Barstool deal are solid, man. Wow. So 550 million. Well, like Barstool, just like you need Dave as the head of Barstool, you know, and I know he already was, but like I'll have to look more into that deal. I don't even know what's going on for Barstool and all that stuff. I don't have any new orders. Nvidia. Yeah, the problem with Nvidia is this, right? Like I think so like my wife's sister and some other people were talking about it, and like basically like they've got, it's a long story. I'm not going to be super detailed about what's going on. Basically, they're asking me for some stock advice, and I don't really give stock advice. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I might be wildly wrong about anything and everything. Don't sue me. Not an investment professional. I'm not liable. If you lose, always, make your own money, trade your own accounts responsibly. I have no idea what anything's going to do. But basically, what they wanted to do was like take their money and put it in the Magnificent Seven, which is mostly tech-based stocks. Like if you look at the Magnificent Seven, Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Nvidia, Tesla, and Meta, right? So it's pure tech, right? And so the plan was to hold for like 20 to 30 years. And what I told them was this, right? Like this is basically what I told them, because they did come up to me asking me. And so what I told them was this, right? And I truly believe this, which is that, okay, so you can have a small amount of money, right? And if you put it in the Magnificent Seven and you hold it for 20 years or more, you're going to probably make a bunch of money doing it. But there's more risk in doing it that way. Nothing is 100% guaranteed. And so if it was me and my money, I would probably take it and stick it in the Q, stick it in the S&P 500, and then maybe diversify with like some gold and real estate, right? So if I had an account that I had to hold for 20 years, that's what I would personally do. That's my subjective viewpoint. Again, I might be wrong, but again, I would diversify by gold, maybe buy like some real estate investment trusts or just some real estate in general. By gold, real estate, the NASDAQ, and the S&P, and I would just sit. Right? Like I don't want to expose myself to just pure tech, because pure tech can be vulnerable. Nvidia right now has got a PE ratio that's sky high, but if AI continues to grow and continues to run and continues to get bigger and bigger, then you're still probably going to make a lot of money investing in the Magnificent Seven stocks, but the risk is noticeably higher. And so if you want something that's a little bit safer, I think investing in these companies is great long term. But you also want to diversify into like Walmart or Target or Home Depot, you know what I mean? And healthcare as well, like you want to diversify. Diversification is always the right move, even if the potential yields are larger with less diversification, and that's the reality of it. Tech could be extended right now, but I think again, when you zoom out long enough, no matter what anybody says, I'll tell you, I'll put it this way. Anybody that's betting against the market over a 20-year period of time is just doesn't understand anything about stocks. Like, they don't understand anything about the market. If they think the market's going to go down over like a 10 to 20 year period of time, again, they genuinely don't understand. Because again, what the market is and what the whole market is, like, short term, you might get pain. Short term, you might get pain in stocks. You buy tech stocks right now. Short term, over the next year, they might dip. They might pull back a little bit. But when you zoom out longer and longer and longer, this is all inflationary hedges. Gold keeps up with inflation long term. Real estate tends to keep up with inflation long term. The S&P 500 and the NASDAQ typically keep up with inflation long term. And now, with that said, you might get pullbacks in between then. Like, you might get crashes in between then. But if you let that money sit, the compounding effect of it is going to be profound. Like, you let that money sit and compound over 20 years, that'll be millions of dollars. And, where you invest 100K, that'll be millions in 20 years, most likely, And so I think that's something that you all need to consider and understand about investing more than any other type of trading, which is that diversification is key. Like, you got to diversify, because regardless of how well something has done recently, regardless of how good anything has performed recently, you always have to understand that there's more profound risks short term than there are long term, and long term is generally much safer to just sit. The real key, which is what I told him, is like, you gotta let it sit. You can't touch it. The reason people use money managers is because it's very difficult for a lot of people who are managing their account themselves to not touch it, to not sell, to not get emotional and buy and sell and buy and sell. Like, again, the real edge is compounding over a long period of time, and a lot of people don't have the discipline to do that, and so they give their money to money managers, and like, that helps them. But like, that's what it really is. Again, the whole point of all of this is to keep up with inflation long term. That's the whole point. Natural gas. What's a natural gas ETF? Boyle. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Don't these ETFs have time decay though? Like, specifically with Boyle. So I don't know. I'm just not really one to invest in one commodity. Like, the big risks that happen when you invest is like sticking to just one commodity, and this one might be good. Again, I really don't know. Yeah, I mean, I know you could trade natty gas and stuff like that, but um. Any view on with dump it? We're done now. Hit the like button. Hey, I appreciate it, guys. Again, we still got about an hour and 7 minutes before PPI inflation data drops. Again, this is a pretty big release. It's all relevant for market activity. We did a couple polls here. I'm going to do a Twitter poll as well. So again, we're going to do a Twitter poll like we always do right here. Let me get that going. All right, PPI inflation data dropped this morning. We're going to put all the numbers up. Expectations are for 0.2%, I believe. It's either 0.2% or 0.3%. Let me see what it actually is. So yeah, PPI is expected to show up at 0.2% on the month. 0.2% on the month. All right, guys. You know what's odd? Well, never mind. Make sure I got this right. Again, CPI inflation or PPI inflation data expected to show up. Let me know if you guys think it's going to come in higher or lower. We got about 2 hours before this release or so, about 2 hours. Again, we're going to post this poll. Again, give me a heart on the poll. Have a heart. Hit the heart button on our Twitter page. We appreciate it. There's the link if you want to check it out. Great way to help support the channel. We appreciate it. Again, 445.60s on the SPY 445.60s. The Q is at about 367s or so, 368s. So we're watching that level too. Again, we are going to be trading today. We're almost funded in a couple of these accounts, and we're slowly kind of pushing this. Again, we'll see if we get anything good, but low is good PPI, but it does vary. We also have University of Michigan consumer sentiment. Yeah, please stop spamming, man. Again, I don't know if PPI is a buy or sell signal. I really don't know. Nobody does. One of these days, we're going to get the mother of all short squeezes. On what, Todd? I hope you're right, bro. I just don't think you are. You know what I mean? Like, I hope you're right. I just don't think you are. You know, the problem that a lot of these traders don't understand is that, like, most of the people pushing for the mother of all short squeezes are people who are just stuck. They're losses. They're stuck in losses, right? Like, they said this would happen. This has been going on for what, 4 years now? 3-4 years? And so at a certain point, when do you stop, take a step back and say, hey, man, they were telling me the mother of all short squeezes was going to happen in 2021, in 2022, in 2023, and it still hasn't happened yet, you know? Like, at a certain point, and if you look at like something like AMC or GameStop, they have depreciated huge amounts over that period of time. AMC, you know, if we look at a weekly chart, AMC went from $70 in May of 2021 all the way to 4 something right now. And so at what point do you stop, take a step back and say, hey, maybe we're wrong here? Like, maybe I was just told this was going to squeeze by people who are trying to influence their own positions. Because again, I just don't see it. I don't see it. And I think the problem is also, like, with those type of stocks, you got a saturation of conspiracy theories, to be honest. Like, you got a saturation of like, everybody is coming up with a new conspiracy theory on why AMC is going to mother of all short squeeze sometime soon. And they've all been wrong. I've seen 100 of them over the last year. They all say the squeeze is going to happen imminently. They all get a bunch of engagement on Twitter, and then nothing happens. And then they just kind of twiddle their thumbs and come up with a new one next month. At a certain point, you got to just be like, yo, maybe they're just telling me what I want to hear. You know, confirmation bias is a powerful thing. And I think that, you know, I think that group of traders shows it. So there's no FOMC next week. The only thing that there is next week is the minutes report, which is on Tuesday, I believe, is the minutes report on Tuesday. I'm in AMC too. Oh, you're talking about the NASDAQ, mother of all short squeezes. Okay, got you. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Again, though, to understand, like, they don't really, like, there's not going to be any mother of all short squeezes on the NASDAQ or the S&P 500. They're too largely capped. And, yeah. You know, they control the volatility for those things on both sides. So it's too largely capped. Now, we might have a bull run or a bull market, which is great. I hope we do. But again, I don't know about the mother of all short squeezes. AMC came out positive on earnings. Yeah, I understand. But, like, even it kind of goes to show, even with the positive earnings, right, it's still under $5 a share. I'm in it right now. I hope it goes up. But, like, again, at a certain point, I think you got to look at it objectively and say maybe it goes up long term. Again, I made a post not too long ago, and what I said was absolutely true, which is that when you really look at this, right, like, AMC is a decent stock. It's not the best. It's certainly not a guaranteed return. Like, it's okay. It might do okay long term. We don't really know for sure. Like, it might do all right long term. But is it gonna? But there's been so much nonsense about this that at a certain point you got to just, again, the way I always put it is, don't be gullible. Like, you shouldn't want to be manipulated in stocks like AMC. And, like, that's exactly what the following people are trying to do, which is that they're just trying to manipulate you into holding a depreciating asset with promises of riches. And again, maybe they're right. I don't know. but just be smart. No, I go both. I don't short anything long term. So I don't short anything long term. I'll short the market short term if it looks weak. But I don't ever really like short blue chip companies like that. Um, like I never short blue chips. I basically only long blue chips long term. I will take some short term day trades on the downside, but I basically never bet against the blue chip companies long term because I think that's a sucker's bet. I think they're almost all going to go up long term for the most part, with a few exceptions, but most blue chips are going to increase over time, and I think shorting that long term is just again, it's something that a lot of new traders don't understand why it doesn't make sense. But again, you got to understand the natural state, the natural flow of the market. So yeah, AMC trying to hold here. Again, here's the SPY. The SPY's sitting roughly right around, again, if we look at the SPY right now, the SPY is at about 446 or so, 446, right around that, but very light volume, very slow movement. Yeah. What do you think about PayPal short and long term? PayPal is probably going to be okay long term, and I'm holding a small piece of it. But I think there's also risks, and so if it's cheap enough, I'll buy it. But I don't really want to hold it long term because I don't know. Again, I think like I covered a story yesterday with Cam about how PayPal was getting into crypto, and I think if they do get into crypto, that's great, and I think that'll make them have much more longevity in business. And so again, I think they're fine, and I think when they dip down as much as they have been, I think they're okay. But yeah, I think it's one that you just kind of got to wait and see too. And I'm in PayPal to put it into perspective, but I'm in PayPal short term, not long term. PPI is producer price index. It's the other side of the inflationary coin. So today, again, we'll put this up on screen. All right, so expectations are 4.2%. Again, 830 expectations are 0.2%. I don't know if we're going to come in higher or low. I really don't. Yeah, it should be fun, man. Again, the market's had a little bit slower action because of just, the market's been dull lately, guys. Not a lot of stuff's happened. It's been pretty quiet. got some pullbacks over the last couple weeks as well. So overall, the market is down and just kind of slow. But historically, we're in the slow period of the year. You know, August isn't the worst month, but September's the worst month historically out of all the months throughout the entire year. And so, like, with all that, it's been a slow time. And I think, you know, we might have a month to more of slow stock market action. Hopefully the channel keeps growing like it has been. Yesterday we had over 3,000 people here for CPI, and so our views have been great, but like the market itself is quiet and a little slow. Dollar index will rise to 104. The dollar index is only going to rise if the market falls that much. Dollar index is at about 102.50, and so it really depends on what this stuff shows up as. And so again, we got a little breakdown of the Dixie here. So market's moving up a little bit short term, but again, very slight price action, very quiet movement right here. Is it true that most of these announcements are priced in? Sometimes. I mean, again, to understand, this is one of the slower parts of the. This is one of the slower months right now, guys. So this is one of the slower months. There's just not a lot of activity. Same thing with September. September, typically the market's slow. And so investing right now is a little bit quiet. Typically the busiest. Okay, so to put it in perspective, guys, just so you all understand, typically the biggest months of the market are the fall months. So October, November, December, January are the busiest months of the market. The rest of the months are slower depending on what it is. August is definitely a little bit slower. September is the slowest month. And then the summer months are slow as well. But, you know, they're not the worst. You know, some traders are home during the summer months. And so it varies. But yeah. All right, again, PPI inflation data drops at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. We still got about an hour before this release here, so we still got about an hour. Yeah, Baba dropped earnings not too long ago. They're at 97.20s right now, 97.20s. We're starting to pop. SPY is, man, again, if you want to know why, look how slow the SPY is right now, man. SPY is just dead. Alibaba broke over 100 and then pulled back a little bit. Now it's sitting pretty quiet. But yeah, the SPY is just very, very choppy. And again, we do have inflation data, so maybe the market's waiting for that, although this isn't the biggest release. We also have Michigan consumer sentiment and expectational data coming out today. Only 290,000 shares traded in pre-market. Yeah, that's very slow. Yeah, does anybody know where I can find a graph to look at what the volume is like in pre-market for stocks outside of like TOS? I could see the SPY and the S&P, and I do see the like market volume is dwindling down a little bit too. Let me look at like a 90-minute chart. Volume's just light. Apple stock is safe. I don't know where Apple's going to go. I think long-term Apple's probably fine, although short-term you never really know. Again, with big tech, you never really know what they're going to do short-term. Anything could ultimately happen here. Trading view. Are we predicting a buy? Yeah, I really don't know, man. I'm looking at trading view now, and we got a couple windows up. I got way too many freaking windows up right now. Let me exit out of some of this stuff, dude. I just got so many different windows up right now. Get out of this, get out of this. Leave that up. We'll get out of that one. Get out of this one. Get out of that one. This one. Cut this one. Sorry, we got so many freaking windows up right now, dude. All right, let's get rid of this. I got a ton of RAM, though. My computer's got like so much RAM, it doesn't matter, but still. Don't trade on me, because I got... All right, again. I got so many of these Chrome tabs up. And again, remember, guys, PPI inflation data drops in a couple minutes. Exit out of that one. Get rid of that one, that one. We got the timer up. We're ready. Also, guys, if you haven't already checked out Moomoo, Moomoo is a sponsor of mine. Really dope platform, really useful for stock and option trades. Again, Moomoo gives you free unusual option activity. Like, one of the nice parts about Moomoo is like, look, like they have this, I can put up any stock here and see like a full breakdown of what's going on. Like, here's Enphase Energy. You can see the PE ratio on Enphase is currently about 35 or so, 34. But I can put up any stock here if I want to look at like, if I want to look at, figure out another stock to do this on. If I want to put up Walmart. All right, I can put up Walmart stock. Sorry, let me type it out. If I want to put up Walmart, here's Walmart. I can see the PE ratio of Walmart is currently 3860s. I can also go to research announcements and see all the recent announcements in terms of stocks, earnings, transactions, shareholders. I can go to news and see like any recent news, capital trend. I can see the inflows and outflows, bid, ask. I can look at options, just so many different stuff. I can look at related stocks in the same sector that are similar with similar numbers. Just very, very useful. And this is a free platform. It's called Moomoo. Also has zero commission. So again, you can use this in stocks, figure out what's going on. Again, I can build my own screener here, which this one is stocks that are around 20-day lows that have a PE ratio under 40 with a market cap over 100 billion. And you can see some of them fit this, specifically American Express fits this. Again, I can go to Paperfolio and copy people's trades kind of and follow them and see what they're doing. I can go to their news and see the economic calendar and then get today's PPI. So I could select North America 3-star and see PPI today. Expectations are 0.2%. And again, it's zero commission stock trades. It's open the entire time. Like the reason I switched over from TOS is because I can actually trade this at 4 a.m. if I want to. And so check Moomoo out, a great way to help support the channel. Again, if you open up an account and deposit, if you open up an account and deposit at least $100, you get 5 free stocks. You open up a deposit at least 1,000, you're going to get 15 free stocks. And I got like Palantir and a bunch of other ones. You open up a deposit over 5K, you get the previous 15 plus a free Google or Tesla share. And I did get Tesla, so check them out. Again, really cool platform, really useful for finding data on stocks. That's what I really use it on, and I trade on it as well with zero commission. Diesel is up. Carvana still top dog in 2023. I don't know, man. Carvana is one of those stocks where, number one, is really speculative. It's really risky, but it also has a high potential return if it works out. So it's one of those high risk, high reward trades. Y'all can get involved with them. I'm not judging at all, but like, just be careful, guys. Nobody knows what we're gonna get there. Y'all just gotta be smart. Yeah, Disney on a run, man. Disney's been on a tear. At $92 a share right now. And again, the people who are like critiquing me or talking smack about me buying Disney are pretty quiet now on Disney's run, which is typically how it goes. So just remember that the next time you see people mad at me for buying Disney, just remember this. PPI data release at 8:30, 1 minute candle, euro. No, definitely not a binary trade. Binary options are mostly scams. And the reason binary options are mostly scams is because with binary options, your risk reward is consistently under 1-to-1, right? So like you bet $100 on binary options. If you win 85. If you lose 100. So your risk reward ratio is consistently under 1-to-1. And that is not good. And so again, it's mostly being pumped up by affiliates and binary options. So just don't be gullible. Don't get caught up in doing that nonsense. And just instead understand, like, instead of doing binary options, it's going to be better to just do regular options and learn how to do regular options. Disney's still over 92. Again, SPY at 445s. Yeah, it's a US broker. All right, so basically this guy's just saying the same thing over and over again. I gotta kind of boot him out of here if you're just saying the same thing, brother. Again, shout out to everybody that hit the heart button on my Twitter page. We're going on Twitter. Again, give me a follow. It's at Beginner Trades, guys. It's at Beginner Trades. A lot of the time we post all the big earnings, all the big data. Yeah, Trade Evade's been struggling for the last couple weeks. I love Quant Tower. Quant Tower's great. Trade Evade's nice too. I mean, usually it's fun, and every platform struggles sometimes in terms of like glitches or issues. But I love Quant Tower, man. Quant Tower is really kind of my go-to. And again, SPY so flat right now, so flat. Again, can anybody give me a graph for pre-market volume, like a nice, easy to digest pre-market volume graph is what I'm specifically looking for. Like a nice, easy to digest pre-market volume graph. That's what I really want, is like a nice, simple to use pre-market volume graph. Anybody know one? NQ in a downward trend? Yeah, I mean, it's been in a slight downward trend, but it's pretty flat, to be honest, on my end. Like, what I see on the NASDAQ is pretty flat. Here's the Q right here. So, again, we got this little, if you zoom out the entire pre-market session, like this is, again, to put it into perspective, this is the NASDAQ. So a lot of people don't understand that the Q is the NASDAQ, guys. Like, the Q is the NASDAQ, right? So, I mean, we got like this little downward trend here in pre-market where we're going like this. But it's still pretty flat. Like, I would say this looks more kind of choppy to me than it does flat. Like, even the NASDAQ range is very small. Wow. Which is a shock, because NASDAQ usually is like really volatile in terms of range. The range on the NASDAQ is pretty quiet right now. Disney's still surging up, though. Disney looks great. Yeah, I'm just trying to build a cushion on my day trading. Down a little bit, I think, right now. Can I get my ATR to go over the chart? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't use the ATR, though. I don't use the average true range indicator. Usually, I'm like a VWAP 200 EMA guy. Like, I like the volume weighted average price to 200 EMA. That's usually what I stick to the most. Again, are you guys red or green so far this week? It's the last day of the week, guys. It's Friday. Are you red or green on the week, team? Let me know. NASDAQ still trying. SPY pull it back down almost to 445.50 or so. Green. Green on Amazon puts. Green. All right, well, nice. I hope you guys are making money. It's a tough week. We still got 35, 40 minutes left until the numbers drop. So we still got some time, and we're just kind of we're just kind of sitting tight, waiting for something good to show up. Hulking green, thinking of playing craps today. I'm not a big craps player, man. Yeah, I'm just not a big craps player. Wow, market just NASDAQ finally broke down a little bit, but yeah, craps, like, again, I like the only casino games I like are games with a statistical edge. And so, like, I like blackjack if you're counting cards, which I know how to count, but I don't because I don't feel like getting kicked out. But the only casino games I like are games with a statistical edge. Market's starting to fall back down, including the Q here. So the Q, the NASDAQ starting to dip down a little bit here. A bit of a breakdown, but again, it is quiet right now, guys. It is pretty neutral and quiet. Not a lot of heavy activity going on. You know, we still got 30, 40 minutes before this data release comes out. No, I know how to play. Yeah, I mean, I know how to play craps. There's no statistical edge. It's basically just a gambling game. You know what I mean? So, like, I know how to play. It's just not really my style of games. It's not what I like playing the most, I guess, is my point. Fills are so light, man. So everything's kind of low liquid today, to be honest, man. Everything's kind of low liquidity from what I'm seeing today. So just be careful, man. Everything's kind of going up and down, sideways. Not really giving us too much, like, good action. So just remember, guys, market's quiet. Be safe. Nasdaq's in a slight downtrend. I don't know if it's going to continue, but we did just get a decent little pop back up, and then a quick little turnaround back down. $30 minutes still, guys. 30 minutes. Again, let me know what your number is. What do you think PPI is going to show up as today? I think the expectations are 0.2%. So what do you guys think PPI is going to show up as today? Again, expectations are 0.2%. 0.2% is what they're expecting here today for PPI data. Again, I don't know if we're going to hit it, miss it. I don't know if we're going to come in good, bad today. Again, I really don't know. And I think PPI is a little bit more arguable in terms of like a specific reaction that we get from it. TSAT. .1%. Yeah, I think 0.1% is possible. Will PPI affecting gold? It'll probably affect gold a little bit. Gold sometimes doesn't move the most from these releases, but it'll probably affect it to a certain extent. We just don't know how much. But probably to like a certain extent, it's going to get affected by it. But again, we just don't know how much. Another little bounce on the Natty, or the Nasdaq, I should say, not the Natty. Yeah, the market liquidity is low though. The Nasdaq's trying to pop back up, and again, it's been on a downward trend all morning, so I'm not going to be shocked if it does break down. Pretty much flat in day trading. I think we're pretty flat in actual swing trading too, to be honest. Coinbase, I think Coinbase is mostly just going to follow. I think Coinbase is mostly just going to follow crypto to a certain extent, with some nuance and variation of it. But it's a public exchange, and especially with all the smoke that the SEC is giving it, I just don't know if I want to mess with Coinbase right now. I think there's risks. I think Coinbase has also been on a little run. If we look at Coinbase, if you look at like a 15-minute chart, it's been on a run this year, man. Hey, beautiful. All right, so we are green on the day. We ended up taking a couple initial losses. Not a bad, we got a 1.6 to 1 win-loss ratio today. So we just, here's the 8 a.m. scrum too. So 30 minutes, guys, exactly until this data report comes out, 30 minutes. Yeah, but I mean, if you look at Coinbase, right, like as an example, if you look at Coinbase here, it's been on a pretty big downtrend with the market as well, but it's had a good year too, though. So here's an hourly chart. So again, here's Coinbase. We can zoom it out a little bit further. This is basically Coinbase this year. So Coinbase had a pretty decent year. I'll put up a 2-hour chart so we can actually see the full year. But yeah, it's had a decent year here. Love you. Have a good day. But yeah, here's Coinbase. So again, we take a look at the year. This is basically the year. I wanted to catch January so you could see, but again, if you look at like Bitcoin, for instance, this year or something like that, right? So if you look at Bitcoin, you're going to get a very similar trend as this. If you look at Bitcoin since January, you're going to get a very similar trend to this. And so with Coinbase, it's just up a lot. I just don't know how much I trust it right now. I think a lot of it, I think with the CEO and Coinbase in general in a very public battle with the SEC, who's kind of like the final boss, I think there's vulnerabilities investing in them personally right now. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm just sketchy. Yeah, y'all hit the like button. Don't forget. All right, we got a little cushion on the Nasdaq here. Mostly shorting, if I'm being honest. We mostly been shorting, but we did recently get a little jump from the 8 a.m. scrum. And you can kind of see, even in the futures market, while it might not affect it like the most, it still affects it some. Like you can kind of see the 8 a.m. jump here right around 8 a.m. So here's 8 a.m. right here, and you can kind of see the big boost that you get from it. Again, the market is kind of flat right now, though. And so here's the Nasdaq. This is the Nasdaq that you see on screen. And again, so that is basically the trend right now. So if we draw a square around it, that is the trend. So pretty flat, pretty sideways, and it makes sense why. Like a lot of the time ahead of these big economic releases, we get chopped. So that's not unexpected here. Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin moving up a little bit this morning. Again, still in that choppy trend for the Nasdaq, so I don't know what to do with it here. Would you guys rather the Nasdaq chart up like this and then maybe like another chart using Moomoo with no in stocks, or would you guys rather just the two Moomoo screens up? Let me know. All right, so we can look at the big news today, guys. And again, we still got 25 minutes or so. Labor releases PPI data for July today, 8:30. Be ready, guys. Most people think the Fed's going to pause next cycle in September. Go ahead and show earnings this morning. There we go. All right, guys. So again, earnings this morning, we're all pretty slow. All right, so again, we got Air Canada, YPF. I don't even know most of these companies. New York City Real Estate Investment Trust. How are those, man? I'll have to look at the Real Estate Investment Trust right now to see how they're performing. CVM stock, BFRI. I remember that one. ITRM. You know, I know a lot of these companies, to be honest. Again, I'm going to post this link if you kind of want to see how everything performed in terms of earnings today. I'll post this link and you can help support the channel. Here's the link right there. This is the earnings today. Yeah, I saw that, CT. PayPal looks to be bottoming. Yeah, we're in PayPal right now. Small, but we're in it, and we're just kind of sitting. Got about 500 people here, guys. Still got about 23, 24 minutes left. And so again, if you haven't already subscribed, hit the notification bell. We certainly appreciate it. Next week, we got some stuff going on too. And again, my channel covers all the major economic data, earnings, economic releases. Again, today we have PPI. We also have University of Michigan consumer sentiment data coming out today. Next week, we got stuff like the Fed minutes report. Next week, we got the Fed minutes report. I think it's also pretty slow outside of that. Let me check. Let me look at Market Watch. I think we have some PPI readings next week. Again, consumer sentiment prelim data coming out at 10 a.m. Next week, we got retail sales, business inventories, Empire State Manufacturing, housing starts, FOMC minutes on Wednesday, jobless claims, Philly Fed on Thursday, nothing on Friday. So next week is actually slow too. But the busiest week, I think, this week is going to be the week of the 21st through the 25th. During that, we've got Jackson Hole, which is in a summit with Jerome Powell speaking. Yeah, we're looking at the Jackson Hole Symposium. All right, so Powell said during the last keynote conference, the Jackson Hole conference, he said, quote, some pain to households and businesses is what he warned as rising rates continued. He said, however, failure to restore price stability would result in far greater pain. Quoting Powell there. And I think he's going to be doing the same thing this year, too. Love you, bud. Bye. How you doing, man? Have a good day. School, buddy. Love you, dude. You camping out by the fire, bro? What a mug right there. I love Cowboys. You better not be loving any Cowboys here. Yeah. Can anyone tell me PPI news higher or lower, please? We don't know whether it's going to come in higher or lower. All right, I love you. Have a good day. That's a big mug, man. I kind of am low-key jealous of that. As y'all young people say, don't hurt my vibe in here, okay? Don't low-key hurt my vibe, all right? Oh, gosh. Don't low-key hurt my vibe in here, okay? You're not a whole mood today, Maddie. You're not a whole mood today. Look, don't hurt my vibe in here, okay? I'm vibing out. Don't hurt my vibe. You're not being a whole mood today. Oh, gosh. Low-key. Sorry. All right. Love you. Yeah, if you're not trolling your daughter about the slang nowadays, I mean, what are you doing with your life? Core PPI expected at 0.2%. I don't know what the numbers are going to show up as today. I really don't. Nobody else does either. Well, it's actually on GOD, but I don't say it in front of my daughter because my wife would get mad, So I say on gosh. Yeah, PPI 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Again, it comes out in about 20 minutes, guys. 20 minutes. Yeah, the young people slang is low key. It's a vibe. I don't know whether you should buy or sell PPI. I don't know. Again, PPI data is expected today at 0.2%. Core PPI data is expected today, guys. Let's take a look at this. So again, core PPI is expected today also. Today is the 11th. Again, core PPI is expected at 0.2%, base CPI expected at 0.2%, yearly CPI expected at 0.7%, at 0.7%. And so, yeah, let me know what you guys think we're going to get. We also have Michigan consumer sentiment data dropping at 10 a.m. Expectations for that are for 71, a reading of 71 for consumer sentiment. Here's the SPY of the NASDAQ. SPY on the right, NASDAQ on the left. Well, no, Riz is the new saying. Yeah, I don't know what that is either. Cow. Honestly, as you get older, you just think it's all dumb. All the slang is just dumb. When I grew up, when I was growing up, dope was pretty universally used as slang, right? And I'm a very slang heavy person. I'm from Louisiana, so like people from the South typically speak in more slang. And so I'm a very slang heavy person, but some of the new slang, I just can't get behind it, you know? Hey, would you be able to help me with any entry points for today's PPI? No, I will not. I have no idea where you should buy it. I'm certainly not going to tell you where you should buy it. And anybody telling you where you should buy anything is not looking out in your best interest. They're probably trying to sell something to you. And so, again, I have no idea what anything is going to do. I'm certainly not telling anybody to buy or sell. It's going to be way higher than 0.2%. Well, yeah, I mean, that's what they said yesterday about CPI, right? They said CPI was going to be way higher, and now it came in lower. Yeah, tight. Bussin'. Yeah, I know bussin'. Like, this coffee is bussin', you know? Although I think that one might be on the way out. Again, I got a 14-year-old daughter, and so I get, like, you know, I know these things. I think bussin's on the way out, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, that's why I tune in. No one can tell you. Yeah, nobody knows, man. Again, the Bears show up every big one. Again, to put it in perspective, right? Like, the way I look at the market is this. All right, I think you got reasonable people, and then I think you got unreasonable people. And I think sometimes the unreasonable people are just emotional about things, to where, you know, some people are saying the market's bullish, some people are saying the market is bearish, and it's fine to have whatever viewpoint you want there. It really is. It's okay, you know. But I think what I like to look for is variety and viewpoints from a day-to-day basis. Like, if you're just constantly saying the same thing in terms of direction over and over again, even though the market's doing the opposite, typically, you know, I'm going to immediately say, okay, well, this person is just really short heavy. And that's all right. Like, I guess the point is be objective about the market. You know, again, every day, I think sometimes the market looks bullish, sometimes the market looks bearish. You don't want to be too rigid on one specific side, I guess is my point. I look for variety, and I look for people who are not definitive in terms of what's going to happen. The more definitive somebody is in terms of their predictions, the less I really trust them, because I think typically traders that have a lot of experience are not definitive at all about direction, because nobody freaking knows. And the more you trade, the more you realize that nobody knows. As long as we don't fall out the 20% mark, we are fine. Yeah, I think a pullback, it was time. Market's just pumped up so much. That slaps. I think it's still cool, but I don't really know. That's hot. It was like Paris Hilton. Yeah, you know, I got 14-year-old, you know, I know these things. Yeah. Again, Carvana, break it down. The market is very flat, though, to be honest. Very flat. Not really much activity. Well, cool is widely used by everybody, including our parents. So, I mean, cool is pretty reinforced. as used. What's up, Bob? Again, very slow day for earnings here. We do have CPI, PPI, jobless claims, retail sales, all coming out sometime over the next few weeks. The FOMC minutes report is coming out too. How are real estate investment trusts doing? List me your favorite real estate ETF or trust stock. Dude, people are stealing people's ideas. Like I've seen so many different variations of this on Twitter and TikTok where it said, "Hey, my girlfriend dumped me back in the day and she met this other guy named John. Now John makes $1 million in a hedge fund. She made the right choice." I've seen a variation of that over and over again. At a certain point, when do people stop and recognize that like none of this is true? They're just making up stuff to get engagement on social media. All right, guys. Hey, we got about 700 people here already. 700 people. We still got about 15 minutes until the PPI report says. I like Rad. Tubular, bro. But Rad's pretty done, you know. Rad has been mostly replaced by dope. Like, that's a Rad wave right there. That's a Rad board. Like, that's a dope board. That's a dope A wave right there. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of the slang. I will use dope A occasionally. But it's semi-sarcastic when I use it. And again, I curse a lot more when I'm not on stream. On stream, we keep it family-friendly here. All right, guys. Hey, subscribe. Hit the notification bell. We appreciate the love and support. Again, if you haven't already, hit the subscribe button. Hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. All right, so again, we got 10 minutes, guys. 10 minutes, about 9.5 minutes. Again, PPI expected at 0.2%. 0.2% is what they're expecting. All right. Is it better for it to be higher or lower? Are your German Shepherds friendly? They're friendly enough. It depends on who you are. They're friendly to me and my family. If you're some stranger, they're not nice to you at all. You know, like if they don't know you when you walk into my house and they're out there, they're walking around. That's a bad move. You know, typically Yeah. I mean, but they're nice to me. They love my family. Like they protect my kids. That's the whole point of them. They're guard dogs. All right, guys. Hey, hey, we got 8 minutes. Oh man, about to choke on coffee. We got 8 minutes, guys. 8 minutes. Again, I don't know. Again, what's crazy, guys? Everybody's asking me, hey, what should I do for PPI? Guys, nobody knows what PPI is going to show up as or what the market reaction is going to be. Going to random YouTube streams and asking random YouTubers what to do. Number one, I'll tell you what to do. You do nothing ahead of PPI. You don't try to gamble on it. You don't try to predict what PPI is going to show up as. Again, that's straight up gambling. Again, there's no edge in doing that either because nobody knows what PPI is going to show up as. And more importantly, nobody knows the reaction that PPI is going to give. Nobody knows. Guys, nobody knows. And so be smart, okay? Nobody knows. You can react to PPI. Like you could wait for the number to come out, wait for a trend to form, and then react to that, and that's fine. But in terms of like taking a big position ahead of it or trying to gamble on what the actual result is going to be, that's a terrible idea with very little edge, if there's any edge at all. And so be smart. Nobody knows what we're going to get with PPI data, guys. Nobody, especially not me. And again, you can either follow somebody that's going to lie to you and they got a 50-50 chance of being right. And if they're right, you'll never hear the end of it. But if they're wrong, they'll just act like they never, said anything. Or you can follow somebody that's just genuinely honest about it and tells you they don't know because nobody freaking knows. Be smart. Oh, I probably get asked at least 100 times a stream what X stock is going to do. But again, I think people are used to YouTubers doing that. But the reality of it is, like, I don't want to be a guru. Like, I'm just trading and reporting on economic data. Like, we get 1,000+ people here for these big streams because we report the data very quick, So, like, a lot of people show up at 8:30 because we report the data quick. Like you can pay $30K for Bloomberg Terminal or you can watch beginner trading for free. Subscribe if you haven't yet, guys. We appreciate it. Yeah, Roblox. Again, I bought a couple call options at Roblox. It's been working out great. I think I'm up. Yeah, I'm up in those for sure. Yeah, point one. Number one, we don't know what's considered bullish right now. Okay, so again, we got 6 minutes before this release. Expectations are 0.2%. So if we come in under 0.2%, that's typically going to mean inflation and prices were lower. But especially with like specifically PPI data, nobody knows what this data is going to show up as. Nobody knows if it's going to be good, if it's going to be bad, if it's going to be up, if it's going to be down. And again, more importantly, nobody knows what the reaction is. I have covered every PPI release every single month for the last year plus. Right? The problem is that even if we get a lower than expected reading for PPI, that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to get anything good from it. Like it doesn't mean the market's going to go up, even if it comes in lower than expected. And again, PPI more than CPI in that regard is even more so like that, where we don't know. Even if the number comes in low, it doesn't mean we're going to get a good reaction. Bloomberg Terminal is about $30K right now a year. Yeah, so again, what I typically like to do is I like to wait for these reports to drop, and then after they drop, I'll find a trend and then react to that trend. But again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money doing that either. But like that's what I typically like to do. Again, we're also going to throw this in sub-only mode. So again, we cover all the major economic reports. We got about 1,000 people here. Again, we cover all the major stuff, guys. So subscribe if you're new. If you haven't already, hit that sub button, hit the notification bell. We still got 4 minutes left. And again, we're going to cover this data quick. So stick around. Where's my music coming from? I hear the music playing. Ah, there it is. Hey, thank you. Why after yesterday market, the market get bad even though the numbers were good? Because the market doesn't always follow the numbers is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I'm looking at like Apple, Exxon. Apple's down to 178s here, man. I mean, there might be an argument for a dip buy. I don't know. Is there an argument for a dip buy? Let me see what like a reasonable share size would be. I'm trying to diversify into tech on my long-term portfolio. Yeah, definitely top 3. Also, make sure you hit the live button next to the play button to make sure you're fully caught up to the stream here. You want to make sure your live button, guys, looks like this to make sure you're fully caught up. You want your live button to look like this. It needs to be red. All right, you want your live button to be red. If it's not red, you're delayed. Make sure you're not delayed. Hey, what's up, Ricky? All right, guys, we got about 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Market is very, 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 very flat ahead of this report. Again, this is the market all morning on the SPY. Here's the SPY. That is the market today, guys. This is it right here. This is the freaking market right now. And so, again, market is very flat. Just be smart. Be careful. We'll see what we get. Again, not an investment professional. Not liable if you lose. I don't claim to do anything. I don't even claim to be a good trader. Certainly not an expert, and we'll see what we get today. I'm ready. Hey, we got about a minute. We got about 2 minutes left, a little bit under 2 minutes. All right, so a lot of people have been pumping up TLT. They're talking about TLT. I don't know how it's going to react. I really don't know. 15-year what? All right, again, 445.50s on the SPY right now, 445.50s. We still got over a minute left. Again, guys, right now the market is pretty stagnant here. 15-year-old, my advice to you is ask your freaking parents, bro. Not me. I'm not giving you any advice, dude. Ask your parents, man. Here's the timer, guys. Here, we got 20 seconds left. 20 seconds left, guys. Again, it's time. Let's see what the data shows up as. 15 seconds left. Again, 0.2% is what they're expecting, 0.2%. Here's the report right here. All right, there's the release. All right, so PPI data, guys, came in at 0.3%. 0.3% for PPI, higher than the 0.2% expected number month over month for July. 0.3%. Core PPI went up 0.1% as well, from 0.2% to 0.3% expected. Or no, core PPI was a little bit higher than expected, as well as yearly core PPI. And so all of them are up about 0.1% relative to expectations. Guys, about 0.1% relative to expectations. PPI year over year is up about 0.1% as well. And again, the market hasn't really reacted that much to this. It's down a little bit, but again, slightly worse than expected results here for inflationary data. But again, it's not the biggest reaction, and this is the only thing we have so far. Here's the SPY, here's the Q. Again, very slight reaction. Again, 0.3% is what we showed up as for PPI inflation data, 0.3%. And yeah, we'll see if the market reacts, underreacts, overreacts. But again, so far today, we showed up at 0.3% for PPI data, 0.3%. Core PPI also showed up at 0.3% as well, which shows that those two prices are kind of trending with each other. But again, we're going to put this up on screen. Market's starting to dip. Again, 0.3%. And basically all of them showed up as 0.3% as well. So core PPI, base PPI month over month. The other ones year over year all increased 0.1% as well. So slightly higher than expected. We'll see if this influences the market. Dollar jumped. Yeah. Hey. Yeah, the dollar's going to jump because the market fell, and the dollar has an inverse correlation with the PPI data in the market. And so, like, if the market falls, the dollar index is going to jump and vice versa. But again, guys, in terms of like range, we're very neutral still. Like, we moved down a little bit, but the range is still pretty small. So it's kind of not the biggest reaction here, I guess, is my point. It's not the biggest reaction. Again, do we rebound back up here, guys? I'm going to end the poll that we got going on now. Again, 47% thought we would come in higher than expected. The poll numbers were right. You can look at those poll numbers here. Now, the question is the market close red or green today? Red, green, and I don't know. We're going to be the three options. Vote on that poll. Again, we're pretty flat from this report. We're down slightly on a higher than expected inflationary reading. You'll get the biggest reaction at 10 for consumer sentiment? I don't think so. I mean, maybe we get a bigger reaction. Again, consumer sentiment data drops at 10. We're going to cover that data too, so subscribe if you haven't yet. Like, we'll cover that data as well. But I don't know. I don't know what we're going to get. Again, this is a very slight downward move. Here's the SPY on the right. Here's the cube, which is the NASDAQ on the left. Let's see if we can get some trades in futures. NASDAQ's still looking like weak here. This is definitely a weak looking pullback here. There we go. And again, we are shorting the NASDAQ. Again, what I said was find a trend. We're going to go ahead and cut that. We just made about $240 in about 10 seconds in futures. Again, what I said was wait for the data to come out and then attack that trend. And that's precisely what we did. And very quick little trade on the downside here. And we ended up making on the day. Now we're up about 280 or so. About 280 on the day. Got our nice little cushion. I don't know if any Fed members are talking today. I'll have to go back and check. I'm not sure. I don't think so. And again, we're using Moomoo. So again, let's look at the next economic releases. And this is the sponsor of mine called Moomoo. But looking at these releases, again, 3-star readings. Today we had PPI. Expectations were 0.2%. We ended up showing at 0.3%. And again, you can kind of see these nice little graphs here. You can see the actual data here, what they showed up as well as the historical trend on Moomoo for this economic data. You can see retail sales drop next week. And again, I could do this with earnings as well, dividends, IPOs, all that good stuff. I could look at the heat map to see what's going on here. Internet content and Microsoft, a couple others were green yesterday. I could look at strategies. I also built this screener of stocks that are around their 20-day low under PE. PE ratio under 40 and a market cap over 100 billion. I could also see the news here. So if I go to headlines, I can kind of see everything going on in the market today as well. Their pay portfolio section allows me to kind of mimic other traders if I want. I can see what their portfolio looks like. I can go to the people that are up the most on the month, on the day, or on the week, and I can see what they're holding, see what their portfolio looks like. This one's I like a lot. I like this guy's portfolio, and he's up about 21% on the month. And Moomoo has zero commission stock trades. It's open the entire time of pre-market, so I can actually trade early at 4 a.m. And you can get up to 16 free stocks if you open a deposit. If you open a deposit over 100, you get 5 free stocks. If you open up an account deposit over 1,000, you get 15 free stocks. You open up a deposit over 5K, you get the previous 15 plus a free share of Google or Tesla. And so check them out here as well. Yeah, I'm looking at Apple right now too. Apple bouncing back. It's at 177. Yeah, what's up, Tony? I'm not sure what my risk was with that trade. Let me see how much that cost on the NASDAQ. So one contract of the NASDAQ is about 15K. And so I think that's what, making about 300, a little bit under 10%. But like, regardless, like the thing to understand, guys, and again, Tony, this might be good to understand as well, which is that, like, brother, with options, for instance, right? Like, you just got to be careful. Like, it's very easy to make big gains in options, but like the risks that you're taking in those trades, like a lot of the time, what happens, like to some traders, and again, I'm not saying this is you, Tony. Okay. So, again, not saying this is you, but like what happens to a lot of traders is like they use a variation of the martingale strategy and roulette. Like the martingale roulette strategy basically says, like, you increase your bet, you double your bet each bet, right? So you bet $10, you lose, you bet $20, you lose, you bet $40, you lose, you bet $80, and you keep doing that. And so statistically, you're going to have to lose many times in a row to actually lose. And again, a lot of people don't think that that's what's going to happen. And so a lot of traders just kind of keep adding to positions, or they'll keep taking like really big risky positions, and they'll keep adding to them and adding to them, and they'll win money most of the time. And sometimes the gains will be like profound, but all of a sudden, out the blue, they'll have like a big drawdown in their account that'll just wipe 50 or 75% of their account out. And so while most of the time they're making money and their accuracy rate is actually really high, it's not sustainable, and eventually traders lose their whole account doing so. And so, like, with that, I think that's what goes on in options a lot of the time, and it kind of misleads traders into thinking that they have like a really profitable system, because again, they're making money most of the time, and so in their mind, like, they're making money, they're making these big percentage gains, but eventually the check comes, and eventually, a lot of the time it just doesn't sustain. And again, I'm not saying you can't make money in options. I know Tony seems to do pretty well in options, but it's just not my niche. It's not my style of trading. But everybody's different, Again, we're looking at Apple right now. I'm looking at my long-term portfolio. I'm wondering if Apple, it's time to buy the dip. John has just described my last 4 months. Hey, listen, I'm not just talking out of my butt. I've been trading for years and years and years, and so I kind of understand. Like, again, a lot of traders really like it's what you'll see with a lot of the gurus throwing up like big percentage gains, right? A lot of those guys are just adding to their positions. They're just adding to their positions, adding to their positions. It's where it's like, if you keep adding to your positions, you're going to make money most of the time. Like, you'll probably make money 80% of the time. But again, eventually the check comes. And so you'll go from 80% accuracy, making big gains, to nothing really quick. It's the same thing with the martingale roulette strategy, in which you double your bet every time. So you bet 20, you lose, you bet 40, you lose, you bet 80, you lose. And you'll have to lose like 6 or 7 times in a row in order to do that. And in stocks, like, you'll have to have a stock that keeps dropping in order to lose. But if you know stocks, you know that certainly happens. Like, eventually a stock's just going to keep going against you. And then when that happens, a lot of the time you lose everything. And so it really is like a delicate process that you got to be really careful with. And, again, some people might be able to do it, but as I've matured as traders, I've kind of gotten really safe and really conservative with my trading. I don't want to make huge percentage returns. I don't think it's really easy to make. I think if you can make over 30% a year in your account, you're doing better than 90% of everybody else. So like, at a certain point, it's not sustainable to make all these crazy big returns. It's just not something that a lot of people are actually going to be able to do. And most people are just kind of getting sold by gurus that are pushing that type of thing so that they can either sell courses or for whatever reason, you know what I mean? He's 100% right. I always do very well until the last 15 days, wipe the full year out. All right, guys. So again, yeah, I mean, a 2% gain in a trade, Tony, making $300 in a $15,000 trade, a 2% gain is a very good gain for one individual trade. Again, if you're trying to make consistently over 2% in every trade you get into, the risk that comes with that is profound. Like, it's profound. Like, and again, you might get away with it most of the time, but eventually the check's going to come. You know what I mean? And again, I've seen a lot of traders that like take big size, take big risks. They want to make 10% a day or whatever, you know, and they might get away with it a couple times, but eventually the check comes. So just be careful, man. You know, uh, again, Apple at 177.60s, 177.60s. I'm looking at it for a dip. A lot of the market has pulled back, and again, relative to the PPI reading, we're actually pretty neutral. So we're actually pretty neutral relative to this reading. It's not like the worst reading ever. It's not the best either, but again, the market's actually pretty stagnant down here after this report. So we dipped a little bit. You can see the NASDAQ here. You can see the SPY here at 445s or so. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Tony, it's all love, bro. It's all love, man. Again, I disagree. I think 2% on a trade is plenty of money. I think I think for lack of a better word, man, I don't think that's correct. But we can agree to disagree, man. I think 2% on any trade is a great gain. I think anybody trying to make 2% daily, in order to do that safely, you need like, if you really want to make 2% a day, which is, again, to put it into perspective, guys, 2% daily would be 10% a week, right? If you're really trying to do that, you need $1 million or more, and it's not going to be sustainable. Again, the more money you try to make in each individual trade, the bigger percentage return that you try to make in any individual trade, the more risk that you're ultimately taking in that trade, you know? And so, again, you might be able to get away with it sometimes, but eventually, again, the check's going to come. And again, that's kind of what happens where a lot of people, they trade big, they want to make these big percentage returns, but eventually they have these major drawdowns that wipe out half of their account or their whole account. And again, I've seen that very often with a lot of different traders. And so it's one of the reasons, like, as I've gotten, you know, and again, we can all agree to disagree. I mean, we all have different perspectives, and so it's okay. But again, I just think everybody's different. And I think, I don't think telling traders that 2% in an individual trade is a small gain is necessarily healthy for traders, regardless of how good you think the system is or whatever it is. You know what I mean? All right, so we got a little dip in the queue, mostly consolidating. We got to watch this low down here. But again, it's all love, man. Again, we can agree to disagree, brother. Just like as I've grown as a trader, man, I've gotten much more conservative with how I trade because I kind of see, like, again, I've been doing this for a long time, you know. Yeah, I'm trying to pull this back on Moomoo. There we go. Let me pull that up. All right, so yeah, here's the SPY on the right. Again, SPY on the right bounced a little bit more than the NASDAQ, but they're both pretty flat relative to the report. Again, you can kind of see the report showed up here. And we're down slightly from that report. You know, here's the data right here. We're down slightly from it. Absurd amount of money to be spending on a trade. I mean, yeah, but that's relative, man. You know, again, like I've got multiple accounts that have six figures in buying power, man. So like, you know, what's a lot of money to somebody might not be a lot of money to somebody else. You know what I mean? Like 15K to throw around in a trade is really not that much for me, if I'm being completely honest. And again, I'm looking for small but safer wins more than big, riskier but big, larger percentage, you know, gains, if that makes sense. How do you manage your stop loss? I usually try to use a 1-to-1 ratio for my scalping. Yeah, it's not like I'm risking 15K. It's not like the NASDAQ's going to go to zero. You know what I mean? My risk is probably about the same that I made in it. So I use like a 1-to-1 ratio usually. ES got a lot of liquidity at 44.65. Yeah, we watched the Q breakdown, which is the Nasdaq breakdown under that previous low right here. So again, we're gonna see if it holds that low. Um, Blocks of 100, yeah. I mean, I feel you. Again, the market's slightly down, but it's quiet right now. Again, we do have consumer sentiment data at 10 a.m. And yeah, I mean, like I said, to put it into perspective, my channel is not just like a day trading channel. Like, really, as we've grown, we're mostly just an economic channel. Like, we report economic data. Like, our biggest streams are like CPI yesterday, PPI today. Like, these are our larger streams because it's mostly just an economic release channel. And so I don't want to be a day trading guru, like trying to make huge percentage returns. I'd rather just kind of stay safe and conservative with like my favorite trading is swing trading and investing. I think those have the best potential return on edge. But again, everybody's different. Uh, uh, yeah. People are weird, man. I only trade futures now in my main account. Yeah, I mean, again, guys, I'm pretty conservative and quiet with my trading. I really am. Like, I don't need to make big gains. I don't need to make all these big things, man. Like, it's just unnecessary. Again, market is still flushing down. It's down slightly, like it's not down a lot. And so, especially the SPY is underreacting relative to the NASDAQ, but the NASDAQ is cracking under these lows. Yeah, being green every day is not going to happen to everybody. I think that's the thing to. Yeah, I saw that about Lil Tay. I think futures are probably the better move to trade most of the time, but it's a little bit different. What else did we get, guys? So again, PPI came in lower than expected. Only thing consistent is micro or 1/10 of a mini. Yeah, I mean, and again, micros are good. This commissions can add up on those though. So that's the thing you want to understand is that the commissions can be high on micros. It's something you want to understand and pay attention to. 100% and the commission change for a round trip. Yeah, again, micros are just kind of sketchy. Apple bounced it back a little bit after today's PPI report. Again, we'll see what happens. But yeah. There's enough price movement nowadays to make good money with micros, and people don't like to read or figure things out for themselves. Yeah, I mean, you could probably make decent money with them, but I think it depends on what your account size is. I think if you have one contract of regular e-minis, it might be good. So we're bouncing back up a little bit. We'll see if we hold here. Yeah, dude. People ask these questions all the time. It's all good. I'm honestly genuinely used to it. But again, what I'm trading on is Top Steps funded account program. It limits your risk, guys. In futures, there's not much. In futures, it's great because there's no PDT rule. So you can day trade short in futures without the PDT restrictions. And Top Step funds traders between 50K to 150K with a 90% split in futures. And again, there's no PDT restrictions there. Again, what they do is they give you a demo and they test your skill. The base one's 50K. They give you a 50K demo. If you can hit 3K in profit on that 50K demo without losing over 2K, they fund you 50K with a 90% split, as long as you can follow the rest of their rules. And again, that's powerful because it limits your risk. The base combine is $49, and so your risk is $49, where if you lose, it's not the end of the world. But if you could pass that test, they have a 90% split once you're funded. And they pay out millions in actual withdrawals every year and fund thousands a year. If you want to check them out, here is the link. It's a great way to help support the channel here. All right, guys, bear with me. I'm kind of doing, I'm working on something on my end. Hold on 1 second, team. Let me see when this date was. We got a little bounce here, but again, mostly flat. I could short the market. This might be a little bounce. And so it could be a little bounce here. We'll see. But again, it kind of looks like a bear flag, if I'm being honest. And so what I see is a bear flag potential, if I'm being honest. So again, we'll see if it holds. But that's what I'm showing right now. Let's see if this rejects under this level. This previous low level might be relevant to pay attention to as well here on the Q. And so we're watching that spot as well. We still got about 30 minutes before the market opens. All right, team. Okay, got a little bit of a rejection here. So part of me wants to short in futures. Again, the other thing that I'm talking about in futures is like a lot of the time, guys, I am trying to make sure these are gone. Good. The date here. All right, got a little pop, a little bounce to 366.30, 366.30. Part of me wants to short. I might take a little position here. I also see Apple starting to bounce also. So we got a little pop. Part of me's thinking about short. Is there any platform you can use to trade futures without being funded? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of platforms. But if you're just now starting futures, I recommend just limit your risk. Yeah, we got prelim University of Michigan consumer sentiment data. Yeah, so again, I'm looking at maybe shorting this here. Let me get the side chart set up. Let me add this one back right here. Let's look at side chart. There we go. All right, so we're going to get ready to trade futures. We already built up about a $300 cushion on the day now. All right, so we got a cushion on the day. We still got 25 minutes until the opening bell. Thoughts on the SPY today? I think the market's mostly down. Like, you just got to see the NASDAQ on this chart right here was along with JP Morgan. But the market's mostly down today. PPI came in slightly higher than expected. You can see that number right there. It came in at 0.3% for mostly everything. All right, got a little bounce up. Part of me wants to short this. Again, Tesla's still breaking down. You can see the SPY on the right. So I'm in this short. We're going to take 2 contracts in the NASDAQ and see if we get a breakdown. The market's starting to rebound from PPI, so it's interesting. Like, to show you that you can never be completely sure what anything's going to do, CPI came in lower than expected yesterday, and the market went down. And PPI came in higher than expected today, and the market's starting to creep back up for it. It's still down a little bit, but just kind of shows you never really freaking know, man, what the market's going to do. All right, so we got 2 contracts at the NASDAQ here. Again, small size, but we've got a $300+ cushion on the day. Ideally, I'd love to see a breakdown here, obviously, so I could make money on the short side. But again, we'll see if it holds. Again, I see the SPY pop a little bit. All right, we just took half off there, locked in a little bit of profit since we can, and we'll give the rest a little bit more time to fall. Again, we're up a little bit. I could be lucid. I can get out flat, which is completely fine with me if it doesn't hold. All right, so we're up a little bit still. Again, up slightly. $45 gain, $35 gain. I want to give this time to break down a little bit more. So there's 100. There we go. All right, we're gonna go ahead and lock that in. So we are now up about 400 on the day, a little bit over, or a little bit under that actually, but around $400 green on the day. All right, so we got the breakdown. Again, slowly building up a cushion. We don't have a huge win-loss ratio today, but we're doing all right. It's not too bad. Yeah, we'll cover the consumer sentiment data as well. All right, so again, we got consumer sentiment data today. So consumer sentiment and expectations are today. We did get a little rise, so we covered into that bounce. Let's see if I can figure out what other things here. Let me use keyword inspector. Consumer sentiment data. If they find me any other. There we go. Got that. All right, so again, we got University of Michigan consumer sentiment and expectations. It typically moves markets a little bit. How much, we don't know, but it'll typically move it some. Yeah, they're banned. All right, Carol wanted to come on stream today, guys.
So. Morning. Now that the kids are finally in school.
Yeah, the kids are in school. I'm super pumped about it. I'm excited, you know. Yeah, I was talking to my wife. But man, it's weird, man. Sometimes like the biggest haters are people who you're nice to. You know what I mean? Like you realize that like the people that you're nice to sometimes are the biggest haters. The people that you let work for you. In the end, man, it is what it is. But you know, I wish them the best. Is all I'm gonna say. But yeah, team. Again, we'll see if we let's see if we get anything good today, guys. In terms of reactions, like we started to bounce back a little bit, and we're actually pretty flat from the release. So yeah, Carol's here, so y'all can always ask her something if you're interested. Yeah. Yeah, so again, PPI inflation data came in a little bit higher than expected. The market's actually pretty flat from it. The data release was right, where was it? It was right here. And so the market's down a little bit, but still kind of flat. And it started to bounce back. So I guess the question is like, do we short into this, expecting this to like continue to hold its resistance? I think that's the obvious trade that we have now. Yeah, I think that's the obvious thing that we have now. But again, we'll see. Yeah, it's all good. Here, I'll put it up right here if you want to talk to them. I don't know if they're asking you questions.
No, it's all right.
I remember when you used to do push-ups on stream, yeah.
Those are the days. Or you used to have to eat some mustard.
Yeah, Charles. Yeah, listen, Charles said, when did y'all get back together? Bro, Carol and I have been married for 10 years, bro.
Yeah.
10 years. We've been with each other for 14 years. Okay, we never broken up.
Yeah.
We never.
Basically, since we got together.
Right.
I can't think. There was maybe like one time when you had to go up to Canada.
Yeah.
To see your mom that you were away. But
yeah, we've never actually like broken up, especially over the last like 5 years.
I didn't even see it.
Yeah, I used to sell push-ups.
Yeah.
We were capitalism thriving here at Beginner Trading's channel.
Right.
But yeah, here, look, you can look right here if you want to see them too. Yeah, the mustard spoons, bro. I genuinely hate mustard.
Yeah.
And so yeah, man, I hated those, dude. I'd have to hype myself up for it.
I know I kind of got a kick out of making you eat the mustard. Make it the biggest spoonful that I could.
I hate mustard.
Biggest spoon in the kitchen.
Yeah. My parents, when I was young, man, instead of using soap, right? So my parents, when I was young, instead of using soap and making me bite the soap or whatever, they would put a drop of mustard on my tongue. If I cursed or if I said anything I wasn't supposed to, they would put a drop of mustard on my tongue. And so it's kind of their fault. I hate mustard, you know?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely top 3 in the world right now. I met her in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Yeah, we're both from there. That's where we grew up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, your beginner trading mugs. We ended up.
Oh, we still got a bunch of those, dude. Honestly, we use those at our house.
Yeah.
You know, a lot.
In the cabinet. But I think you have some that are still boxed.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we got a bunch of mugs still. Maybe I should sell them. You know.
Yeah, we've had hard times, but honestly,
I don't know, man. We've been through so much, man.
Yeah, but those hard times have made us like the bond that we kind of have, I think, stronger. You know, when you kind of make it out on the other side. So
yeah, man.
Definitely true.
Yeah, it's been a road, man. It's been a road. Like I said, I told the stream this the other day, which you've already told him once before. But Carol, like, again, so. When I met Carol, I didn't have anything, and she didn't really have much either. But like, I definitely did. Yeah, we were young and teen. Like, she was a teen. She was 19. I was like 21, I think. But yeah, you know, we've been together for a long time, and you know, when you know, Maddie was born like 14 years ago. But Jack, like Carol had to have a bilateral double mastectomy in like her early 20s, and so at the time, I like quit my job, and then at the very because like she couldn't, because like they put these expanders in, and that slowly like
they removed the tissue. Basically, I have the BRCA2 gene, so, and my family, you know, for the women it's like early 30s that something kind of pops out. So when I was 23, 22,
yeah, I don't know, you were young.
I had a spot that kind of popped out, and they did a biopsy, but they weren't actually, it was a few spots. It was like 2 or 3, it was 3 spots, and they were able to biopsy 2 of them, I think, but they weren't able to biopsy the other one. And that's what happened with my aunt. You know, she in her early 30s, she had a few spots, and it's normal to have like changes in your breast tissue. You know, that's normal. It's kind of driven by hormones. So sometimes things will pop out, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there's anything wrong with them.
It was precautionary is the point. She got a precautionary bilateral double mastectomy is what it was.
Yeah, but for my aunt, you know, she had a few spots, and it was the spot behind one of the spots that ended up being malignant. And she ended up, you know, she fought it for 16 years before she passed. And, you know,
yeah,
I know for me, when they said that, they said, well, look, we're able to biopsy 2 of them, but we're not able to do the 3rd spot. I kind of made the decision to go ahead and do it because it was something that was.
She had like a 90% chance of getting cancer in her 20s if she didn't, or 20s or early 30s, right? So it only made sense to do it. And again, she's the one that's told the stream before this, so like I wouldn't be talking about it if it wasn't okay with her.
Yeah.
But like at the very end
Honestly, there needs to be more awareness about it.
Right, the
things.
BRCA2 gene, like Angelina Jolie had it as well.
Yeah.
You know.
Apparently, we ended up having our surgeries within 6 weeks of each other. It was because she did it, and then, you kind of have to heal from it. It's a process. And then she came out and talked about it. And I realized, we had our surgeries pretty close to each other. So I don't know if y'all remember when that happened. It was a while ago. So.
Yeah, but it was a while back. But again, when she was having that surgery and they put expanders in, and like right at the end of it, we found out she was pregnant with my son Jack, and so she had to go through the entire surgery like pregnant, with these expanders in, like in the middle of a like mastectomy surgery. And we were worried at the time because like she was on all like these medications from the surgery because it's like a big surgery.
Yeah, you have a lot of nerve damage. Is what I kind of dealt with. Basically, they removed the tissue. They put these expanders in underneath your pectoral muscles, and then they need to make a pocket to eventually go in to put in the implant.
Yeah.
But they're hard though. The expanders are like hard. They're like rocks. And like I was a week out from having the surgery where they took my expander out and put in a regular implant, and that would be more or less it. And unless they needed to like adjust something wasn't right. And I kind of just had a feeling, and I took a pregnancy test and I was pregnant.
Yeah, man. It was just like, oh no.
And then so I went through the pregnancy with Jack, and I had Jack, and Jack's
smart, man.
6 weeks. He's about 6 weeks old. And I noticed that one of my boobs was like getting smaller. And so I called the hospital, or the MD Anderson, and they kind of said, yep, well, you probably have a small hole. And unless you want to have a surgery where we replace the expander, so that, because basically as it shrinks, that pocket goes away that they need to do the reconstruction. And so I had to go in and have another surgery where they actually ended up switching everything out and basically kind of finishing.
Yeah, but the point is, the whole point I was trying to make here, I don't mean to cut you off, baby. Like, the whole point, we got 10 minutes until the open. The whole point I was trying to make is Carol and I have been through a lot. Like, we've been through a lot. And whenever you go through that type of stuff with somebody, and really it was for the best. Like, I would have never started beginner trading if I would have kept my job at the time. Like, I was bartending at the time. I had to quit my job because like she needed help. And so that's when I kind of started beginner trading, or at least it was like right around then. And so it really genuinely worked out for the best. So we're up a little bit in this trade. I'm gonna go ahead and take profit there. Another like $60 in profit. You can kind of see my graph here today. We're up about 430. But yeah, my point is like when you go through that much with somebody, you grow. You grow. Her and I.
As long as y'all are you got to be understanding with each other in those kind of really tough moments, like seeing someone at their worst. I'm pretty sure John has seen me at my absolute worst, and it didn't scare him off. So.
Yeah, but I mean, the point is, like,
that's true. Men get breast cancer too. Yeah, they could have the BRCA2 gene if it runs in your family. But luckily they have testing now, so like you can talk to your doctor, and they could do. Maybe it's more specialized, and it's kind of weird with insurance about paying for it or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's there. It's available.
Yeah.
And there's a way to do it to see if you're going to be predisposed to some of these,
things. Yeah, for sure. You got to get the gene testing. So William donated. Thank you so much for the donation. Do you get mad at him if he lost a lot of money? I mean, if I'm being honest, I can answer that for. I bring in enough money, like not just with trading, but just this overall channel brings in enough money to where it doesn't matter. Like I could lose thousands in a day and still like it and be okay. I'm not trying to brag. I'm just saying like it's all relative to how much we're bringing in. And I don't ever risk that much money. Like I don't ever risk thousands ever. And again, maybe somebody else does. And like, again, I'm not judging you if you want to take larger risks, but it's just not what I do here. I've been there. I've done that. I've taken large risks in trading. And like, as you grow and mature as a trader, you should be becoming more conservative in trading, less risky. That's the right move typically, is to become less risky, but yeah.
Yeah. And I trust his decision making. So I don't really worry.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, definitely true.
Yeah.
I feel like that.
Yeah, we still got the VWAP Fade Mugs pawn. We still got, like, I saw, we were cleaning out my garage yesterday, and we saw, there's a whole box that says VWAP Mugs, so, yeah, I mean, as you grow, like, when Carol met me, I was, honestly, we were young and dumb, man. I was making a bunch of bad decisions, man. And again, I was young and stupid. I think most young people are. I worry about my kids because I was so young and dumb when I was younger. I just made a lot of decisions. You grow up and you mature and you realize how dumb you are when you're older, but it takes a while, and that's what I worry about with my kids. Yeah, but I appreciate the donation. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, here, I know. Oh, we got like 6 minutes.
Yeah, we got like 6 minutes. Hey, you know when the open is. Hey, look at Carol. She knows. She knows when the opening bell is.
You've been
That's
doing
great.
this for years now. So, like,
well, you sure call me enough at the opening bell, though.
I'm sorry. I'm not usually thinking about the time.
Yeah, it's all good, baby. All right, we'll hear
it.
Yeah,
if I haven't learned anything from how much you talk about it, then there's something wrong.
Yeah, thanks for.
I have picked up some stuff.
Yeah, she knows. She knows.
I know how to scalp. I could do that. I've been able to be profitable at scalping trades, but
yeah.
Other than that, I asked John.
Yeah, you do great. You do great.
All right, y'all.
All right, baby.
All right, good luck.
All right, love you. Hey, what's up, Tiny?
Hey, Tiny. All right,
baby. Love you.
Bye, you guys. Love you.
All right. Yeah, she's the brains. She's definitely, definitely smarter than me, I would say. Yeah, this is my room. The rest of the house is hers. But yeah, guys. I mean, listen. In the end, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, Carol and I've been through so much. Like, people can speculate on that marriage, but like, y'all are mostly wrong. Yeah, again, we got another little pop-up. I kind of want to short this too because we've been rejecting right around this level. But we got a nice cushion on the day for the opening bell, and we're 5 minutes until the open, so I'll probably just sit and wait. Market is screwed. Hey, maybe. I don't know. All right, so again, I should have shorted that little pop. All right, so I should have shorted that breakdown too, man. I was talking about it, guys. Yeah, what do you guys think? You guys red or green today? I'm up a little bit into the day right now. I'm up a little bit. We're definitely headed down. It's a flush from last week. Think of the NASDAQ touches. Hey, what's up, Daniel? 2 minutes until the open. Yeah, we got about a minute and a half left, guys. We'll see if we get anything good today. Again, we do have Michigan consumer data dropping later on, too. So Michigan consumer sentiment data dropping later on. Again, it's the slowest part of the year right now, guys, to put it into perspective. It really is the slowest part of the year. So again, let me know if you guys think we get anything good. I'm waiting for some good action. Where's my phone, man? Yeah, Disney is up a lot, though. Here goes the opening bell in less than a minute, guys. But Disney is up a lot. All right, got a little bitty bounce. Part of me wants to short this, but we're so close to the open that I'm just going to chill. All right, so here we go. Again, we got Michigan consumer data right now. Here's the opening bell, guys. There's the open. All right, so the NASDAQ is slowly popping back up to over 15K. To over 15.9, 15.09 thousand, I should say. Again, I'm going to wait and let things settle down before I trade anymore right now. All right, so starting to get a little bit of breakdowns here. Friday typically has some selling pressure. Yeah, I mean, it's also kind of sideways too, so the edge might be lower on days like today. Again, we're only 1 minute into the day, so I got some time. So there, I should have shorted. But again, I'm gonna chill. Sanford and Fed said more work to do. We're red today. Yeah, it might be time to. I'm gonna start looking at some dips. Again, NASDAQ still flushing down. Everything looks pretty weak right now. I think the whole market sees red. SPY breaking down. Tesla starting to flush down as well to 241s. Although Tesla is kind of bouncing back a little bit. Still a flush breakdown here. I got a little baby bounce. Part of me wants to short this in all honesty, but I think I'm just going to chill for now and wait. I do kind of want to short this though. Let me short this real quick. Quick little scalp trade. I just made about $70 just now, up about four, actually less than that. I didn't get filled the best. I only made about, I'm up 450 on the day right now. About 450. Good, I'm still in Disney here. Red on Disney today, but green total on the trade, and already took so much profit. We're not going to be red, I don't think. PPI results were slightly bearish, I would say, but again, it varies. I'm going to short this again right here. It's a little extended on the short, but I can take some size into this too. If we pull back, if we bounce, I can't. Yeah, there's the bounce. All right, so we got 2 contracts short here. Got to take a little swing now since we can and we're green on the day. Again, we're trying to get funded, so like what we do is we build up a cushion and then we take larger risks once we have that cushion. Although I got to give this time. And we're a little bit hedged here because like if the market goes up, we're green in stocks. If the market goes down, we're red, or we're green in futures. And so we're right around flat on this one now, a little bit right around consolidating around it. But this candle's about to end and a new candle's about to open up. Hopefully that pattern looks weak. There you go. I don't like this price action. I'm going to prepare to cut this. Man, whipped all the way back down, but consolidating here. I don't know what to do with this candle. I'm in it. And yeah, there's a big green candle. So we took our risk with 2 contracts here, and so far it ain't going the best. Again, the good news is that we do have a nice cushion on the day. So like even if we get beat up here, we're still going to be pretty flat. I think that's time to cut it. Man, worst case scenario there, guys. Whew. That thing just went against me quick. And again, it is Friday. And so I'm going to switch out of this account because we're already green in this account. And, you know, maybe try to, let me switch out of this one. And I'm going to try to keep the profits I have in this account currently. And so again, here's the NASDAQ. Big upward move though in the NASDAQ. Again, market's starting to flush and fly back, or not flush, fly back up. There's a big move on the upside. Again, PayPal's starting to rebound too. All right, huge green action, man. Just big reversals in the market. Again, we'll see if the market holds. Market's consolidating down now. Little baby pull back here. Disney's starting to bounce back up a little bit here. Yeah, I'm going to slow it down. I mean, I got kind of beat up on that last trade, and so it's not worth it to push super heavy right now. We might switch over to the E-mini too here because the NASDAQ's just kind of going too crazy on us. Let me see where I am here. Okay. All right, so will the market rebound back up, guys? It's been fighting back again. We built up a good cushion in pre-market. I'm going to short this because I think it could break all the way down. So we got 1 contract here. All right, right, so we just made about 120, or actually we were only up about 100 on that fill on this account, so that's okay. We get a little pop back up, we'll short this too. We got a cushion on the day now, so we can take 2 contracts here, as long as it doesn't pump up too much, man. All right, so another $60, $80 gain. We just took another $80 bill. We're up about 150 on the day now. Or a $60 or $50 bill, I mean. So again, we're pretty flat though. So again, the whole market's kind of sideways. Not really looking that great for a lot of different places in the market right now. Again, I want to short into this because I think like the trend is overall negative, but I don't want to take too much risks. So we'll see how much we can make, and we got a cushion. We switched to our other account because, again, we're close to getting funded in that one. I don't want to give too much back. There's 2 contracts. Just took half off there, locked it in. Fix our average a little bit. All right, we just took another half off, up to about 190 here, and getting a beautiful breakdown. Just made about 240 on that last half of the trade. And so again, on this one, we're up about 450, 460 now. Again, slow grind here. Slow grind. Our thesis there worked where we thought that this level was going to hold, this resistance level would hold. And so we waited for us to test it and then shorted on a little bounce back up right there and caught that big slump back down. But again, the market's pretty flat, guys. So just be careful. Big range, but choppy. No, I don't usually trade the Dow. I'll watch the Dow. I don't trade it. Again, we do have Michigan consumer data dropping in a couple minutes, guys, in about 19 minutes or so. 19 minutes for Michigan consumer sentiment data. And again, if you haven't already, check out Top Step, guys. I'm going to take one trade short here. If you haven't already, check out Top Step. Top Step funds traders and futures. They give them demos, and if they can hit the target while following their rules, they fund them between 50K to 150K with a 90% split. And again, it's the cheapest way to learn how to day trade because there's very much of a much more limited risk. Like the base combine on Top Step's $49, and so if you lose, you're only down $49 on the base combine. But if you could pass it, you're gonna have a 90% split on the funded account after you pass it. They pay out. You get to keep your first 10,000 in profit as well. All right, so we just took a little bit more off there. Again, we're up about 520. And again, this is the futures market, so there's no PDT in futures on Top Step. You could day trade short with no PDT restrictions. I'm day trading the NASDAQ right now, but you can also day trade the S&P 500, gold, silver, gas, all these different things. And so it's incredibly useful for traders because it ultimately gives them a way to trade without taking on that much risk and really have some pressure. Like you learn how to trade under pressure, but it's not the full extent of a live account. So if you want to check out the link, here it is. Again, yeah, we could do a poll for the sentiment here. Let me see what that's showing us right now. All right, so again, Michigan consumer data coming out. All right, guys, consumer sentiment data dropping pretty soon. All right, so we did get a follow all the way back down to the bottom of the range. So if we stay choppy, we're going to bounce right back up at this level here. That's if we stay choppy, which it doesn't necessarily mean we will. You know, it doesn't mean we're going to stay choppy. All right, so we got that bounce back up. I'm going to short this right here. All right, just made another $100 right there. Currently up about 650 in this account, about 650. See if we get a rejection flush, which is kind of my go-to strategy there. There's the move. Yep. Yeah, let me make the consumer sentiment poll here. All right, bullish or bearish on consumer sentiment is the poll. Market's flushing down, cracking lows. All right, so there's the poll right there. Vote on that poll. Let me know what you guys think. SPY testing lows. Disney pulling back to $90 a share. All right, so we're getting another little bounce back up. I don't know whether I should short this one again or not. I guess I'm going to short it quick. One contract, though, so that's it, just one contract. See if we retrace back down to the low level is what the reason for this trade. All right, so just made another $100, or not 100, made about another 7. We're about 700 on the day. Starting to finally bounce back up. All right, we're going to short this now too again. See if we get a quick little rejection back down and before we move back up. Maybe not. We'll give it time. We're right around break even still. We break the top of this candlestick, we're going to cut it. Very close, but not yet. Consolidating. Yeah, we're gonna have to cut it. So that's our first loss in this account after building up about $600. Our win-loss ratio is about 8-1, and so again, we're out. And now we're just kind of sitting tight because now we're middle range, not the best edge looking right now. So. All right, so we did get a little bit of a rejection there. PayPal's still trying to hold. Watching the broader market here, my Honeywell trade's doing okay. The other ones are red. But again, I'm trying to do, like, this is my long-term portfolio, so, like, we'll see what we get. Also, did I throw it in sub-only mode today? Okay, I did. Good. Still trying to edge up a little bit. Again, I'm tempted to short this. We do have 11 minutes before consumer data, though. I was tempted to short it. We got a little downward move. See if we retrace. I could short it some more. There's the breakdown. A little bit of FOMO there, but I could laugh. We're up enough to where it's okay. We're also net green in futures trades after this latest run, so that's cool. Yeah, I'm tempted to short this. All right, so there's 2 contracts short. It's Friday, so I hope we don't get too much chop, and then I'm not just getting too impatient here. There we go. I just took half off there, locked it in, protected. We got 1 contract now. Slightly green again. Wait for a larger breakdown here. There we go. I just made another $100 bill from this. All right, so again, markets are kind of dipping down. We have 8 minutes before Michigan consumer sentiment data. All right, again, University of Michigan consumer sentiment data in about 7 minutes. I got a little bounce up. Again, I'm tempted to short this again. And I guess I'll go ahead and take my tempting trade. I've already made enough to where it's not the end of the world if I have to cut it, but maybe the wrong move to short. I'll take one more short trade. See if we get a flush rejection back down, which is what we want. Come on. There we go. All right, took half off there, locked it in, protected it, more importantly. And now it's turning against us. So it looks like that profit right there was the right move to do. Kind of see how I protect myself short term, which is I take quick profit. Yeah, I can't see this direction going in my favor, so we're going to cut it and get out. Lost another 100 there, but with how much we've been making, we're still pretty solid on the day. We'll see what the actual S&P 500 is doing. All right, so we got the E-mini is retracing back down a little bit. I think the E-mini has been much choppier. This looks like a bear pattern here. I'm going to take one contract short. Wait. Sorry, I'm in a micro trade at the bottom. And apparently I got 5 contracts, and so I can't take more than 5. So I got to wait. All right, guys, 5 minutes before the University of Michigan consumer sentiment data comes out. 5 minutes. And so far, we're kind of just choppy. Again, I think the market's getting even more choppy leading up to this report. The NASDAQ also has much more volatility than the S&P right now, at least on the E-mini and the micro E-mini. Yeah, we're getting chopped. Forex, I'm not sure, brother. That's not really my market, bro. It's Forex. It's not really what I typically trade or used to trading. All right, so again, we can now short this here since we I just made a little bit more, grinding it up. All right, so we're going to slow it down now with 3 minutes left before the consumer sentiment data. PayPal's still sideways. Again, the whole market sideways. It kind of looks like a bear flag, though, is what it really kind of looks like. But again, who knows what it actually is. All right, so we're starting to break down. All right, here goes the data release in 2 minutes. Guys, 2 minutes. All right, let me switch this out. I might look at the E-mini a little bit more. Make sure it's the right one. All right, guys, less than a minute. I wanted to make sure I'm using the right account. So here's the E-mini. Let's put that up instead. All right, guys, 30 seconds. Again, the expected number for University of Michigan consumer sentiment data is 71 for consumer sentiment. 71. Higher means higher sentiment, lower means lower sentiment. 71 is the expected reading. We got 10 seconds. Make sure you hit the live button next to the play button to make sure you're fully caught up on stream. I appreciate it. All right, big pop from the consumer sentiment data, which came in higher than expected at 71.2 versus 71. 71.2 versus 71 expected. So higher than expected reading. Also higher than expected current conditions for the UMich current conditions. Inflation expectations for August came in at 3.3% versus 3.8% expected as well. All of this was positive. The market is basically bouncing all the way back up and is essentially where it was before PPI data. So maybe this is going to be the thing to end the week off strong. I don't know. But we are getting a pop. We are getting a bounce here from the Michigan consumer sentiment data, which again did come in higher than expected, more than expected, higher than expected, guys. So again, we'll see if this increase continues. Big pop in the S&P. Look at that rip. Big move up to 447s, guys. 447s. Or 4475s. Little pullback here. We bought the dip, trying to sell the rip, but not up enough to sell the rip yet. I got a little pop. All right, just made about 30, 40, 50 bucks. I don't know how much that was, but made a little bit. Again, I'll put this data up on screen so you can see it. Again, this is why you subscribe to Beginner Trading, is because we cover this quick. 71.2 versus 71 expected. Again, so sentiment came in higher than expected. Inflation expectations came in lower than expected, which is all typically good. Current conditions for August came in higher than expected. 5-year inflation expectations came in lower than expected. So, I mean, this is all positive. And again, you can kind of see the market rip. And again, if somebody's going to tell me that this is bearish, y'all are just too biased. You know, I think inflation expectations are lower than expected. Current conditions are better than expected. And current sentiment, consumer sentiment was higher than expected, which is all positives for the most part. And yeah, there goes the market ripping up, the S&P bouncing all the way back up. Now technically green on the open. Tesla trying to rebound back up too. PayPal bouncing back over the VWAP. Disney bouncing back up. And the market again is ripping up here, guys. Look at this move from consumer sentiment data. Wow, what a big move. Wow. Well, I mean, the market's reacting pretty favorably to this. Look at this move here for the current Michigan consumer sentiment data. It's a big bounce. Again, are you guys bullish or bearish on this move now? Let me know. Part of me wants to buy this dip, but I think we're up a little bit too much. I think I'll just chill. It is Friday, guys. Remember, it is Friday. All right, so we got a little dip again. Should I buy this bounce? I don't know, man. I'm gonna wait. Again, it's Friday. Y'all be sick. Y'all be careful. All right, we bought a little bounce, but small trade. All right, got another little small scalp here in terms of profit. Got even more of a bounce back up too. Again, market's testing the highs of the day again. Tesla starting to rebound back up on the consumer data here. And again, the whole market's essentially bouncing back right now. Including Target, Apple, Microsoft, PayPal, Disney, all essentially bouncing back. And again, we'll see if it holds. All right, so testing the highs. Got a little dip. What was consumer sentiment? Consumer sentiment came in at 71.2 versus 71 expected. Current conditions came in higher than expected as well. Michigan inflation expectations came in lower than expected by a pretty big margin at 3.8% expected for Michigan consumer or for Michigan inflation expectations. We ended up showing up at 3.3%. So again, lower than expected. Another thing that we're looking at currently here is 5-year inflation expectations for Michigan came down at 2.9% versus 3% expected. So these were all mostly positive in terms of like data, and the reaction was obviously positive as well. It doesn't mean we're going to hold this reaction, but the initial reaction to consumer sentiment was positive. But again, it doesn't mean we're actually going to hold. We don't know. I like this down wick though. I'm going to go ahead and buy this again, although I do understand that eventually these little dips aren't going to work. But if they can work right now, that's great. I like this down wick. These down wicks are usually indicative of buying pressure. And so we can add a little bit more to that. The E-mini moves slower, so I can scale into 1 to 5 contracts of this pretty, not safely, but safer than the NASDAQ for sure, if you guys know how fast the NASDAQ moves, or the Q. And it is Friday, so if I keep pushing and I just don't have good results, I'm just going to say, all right, time to bow out. I don't want to lose the battle of today trying to lose, or I don't want to lose the war fighting a battle with one position. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, guys? So that's the only thing. Like, we'll take some swings, but if we start showing bad results, we got to just end it. All right, so we just took half off, locked in profit there, made it a lot easier on us with this trade. Hey, thank you, Emmanuel. All right, so now we're down on the rest. The question is, do I add my size back or? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to add my size back. I think I'm just going to sit here and wait and see if this pullback holds. And if it doesn't, we'll cut it for a flat trade. Or if it does, then obviously we'll make money on it. All right, I'm going to change the trade idea to add to it now since we retrace that candle, which can sometimes signifies a big pop in activity, which is what we're getting now. I'd love a little bit more one so I can lock in. Actually, I'll go ahead and take that. And so again, there's the big retracement candle. So a lot of the time I'm using like candle price action to influence whether I enter or exit positions. And the more it starts to slow down on the downside here, where we start to see these up wicks, or these down wicks, I mean, the more indicative of buying pressure come in. It doesn't mean anything. It's never exact like a given science, but yeah, like here's some buying pressure start to show up. It's not enough for me to really get too excited about, but there we go. All right, so we just made $100 from that trade. So yeah, again, I mean, I hope you guys can understand the psychology of these candle wicks. We've got a lot of content about this, but like basically when you scalp, when you get these candle wicks, right? Even if it's just very short term, which is what you see me doing, like big candle wick here, big candle wick here. And again, one candlestick doesn't mean much. This was an up wick, we still pushed up. This was an up wick, we still pushed up. But one of the things to watch is when you get multiple of them showing up around the same time, right? So you get here, 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 here. That usually means, and it's not always, it's never like a for sure 100% thing, but that typically means we could get some type of pop short term, which is what we got, and that's what we took profit into. It completely turned on us here. So again, this is why you scalp these if you're trading candlesticks, unless you're trading longer terms candlesticks, you really got to scalp, because scalping is what protected me here. And again, we did get out. You guys saw me get out before this big drop. But man, if I would have held that any longer, it would have just been bad news. Yeah, it's Friday. I'm excited for Friday, man. I really am. Like Fridays make me happy because it gives me a rest, dude. Because streaming really is stressful, bro. Ooh. And again, if you haven't already, check out Top Step, guys. Top Step funded program for futures. Right now, if you have a Top Step account, they're offering $49 resets universally on regardless of what size the combine in. And so that's really nice, really useful. And so if you want to check out Top Step, it really is a great way to learn, where you can put up your own, you can put up $50 if you're good enough to pass the testing, which is not going to be most people. Most people are going to fail the test because most day traders lose. It doesn't matter if they're on Top Step or somewhere else. Most day traders are going to lose. But the point of Top Step is that it limits your risk there. So like you can have a much smaller risk on Top Step. And if you pass it, you still get a lot of the same rewards. Like you keep 90% of your profit once you're funded. But if you don't get funded, you're going to lose much less. And that's the point. They give you a demo. The base one's 50K, and the profit target is 3K in profit on that 50K demo without losing over 2K, right? So you got to make 3K without losing 2K on the demo. If you can do that and follow the rest of their rules, they fund you with 50K with a 90% split, and you get to keep your first 10K in profit. And they pay out millions and fund thousands a year. They're kind of the gold standard. They've been around for over a decade now. Again, really useful for limiting your risk and learning, because there's free funding coaches. There's a lot of resources that they offer. And it's just really good for new traders where you don't have to take as much risk, but still have some pressure, still get exposure to day trading. And in that regard, it just makes sense for new traders. But again, I'm biased because they're a sponsor of mine. And so I'm biased, of course. But yeah. If you want to check them out, there's the link. Well, yeah, there's trading fees in futures. Like, there's fees. Just look up on the website. All right, so the market is starting to turn back up. Remember, guys, it is Friday. The market's starting to look great on me, though, man. Market looks good. Mostly green today and everything. Look at the market pop, guys. Wow, look at this. Again, I'm pretty quiet right now. We get a little dip here, I might buy that dip, but until we get the dip, I'm just gonna hang out here, team. You guys red or green this week? Red or green so far today? Let me know. Huge break of highs, guys. Market's turning here, going back up. Again, I am in the SOXS ETF, which is a microchip short ETF. Green, green, red, green. PayPal sleeping. What's PayPal doing? I haven't even looked at it. I'm holding a little piece of it, and again, it looks pretty neutral today. Yeah, it's not really doing much. Disney back up to 91 a share. Again, we get a little dip here. I will buy this dip and see if we break this high real quick. All right, just made another little $50 there. Fridays are typically choppier and slower days for market activity in terms of liquidity and movement. Fridays are usually a little bit slower, man. They're just not the best days. Hey, congrats, Shar. Congrats. It's a great job. Great job. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether, congrats regardless of where you are. Look at the market just rip up here. This is Quant Tower. Quant Tower is really nice as a platform on Top Step. Hey, what's up, G? Still pumping up, guys. Look at it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 green candles in a row. Everything's turning back up. I'm just kind of watching my stock portfolio bounce up too. That's nice. Nice, starting to pop. Finally got a little dip again. I don't know if I'm going to buy this dip. I think we're up so much we could retrace back a little bit after these big gains today in the market. Let me see about this. Again, there's a little dip. I could add a little bit more to this, but I think I'm just going to chill. How you guys doing today? Green, red? What do we got going on next week, guys? Let's give you a little breakdown here. I'm going to buy this little baby dip. I got a $140 cushion on the day built, and so I think I'm just going to swing with that. And if I lose on it, I lose on it, and then I'll probably just bow out of the market, which is all right. Like, I'm completely okay if I lose. It's the E-mini, so I could probably take a little bit larger size than just one contract. There we go. Boom. Boom. Well, hey, this is why you build up a cushion. You swing into that cushion. Huge rip-ups in markets, guys, all of a sudden here. I don't know if some data came out. Let me look at what time is it? It's 9:20. I don't think any data just dropped. If I'm wrong, let me know. Yeah, nothing else new came out, but hey, you love to see it. Market's flying back up. We're green in stocks now too, which is cool. Wow. What a move. Daddy chill, market. My daughter was showing me that video. Daddy chill. Anybody, if you know the reference, you know what I'm talking about. Again, we're up to 50, or we're up to 40, almost 4,500 on the E-mini today, guys. Almost 4,500 on the S&P. SPY rip it up at 446.30s. Big move here. And again, this is why you build up a cushion. You take large risks. Sometimes you get lucky like I did today. Again, kind of luck on that last trade. I'll take it, though. Oh, all right, guys. Again, I'm going to go ahead and close the stream down. If you haven't already, check out Top Step. Again, great way to learn to day trade. Great resource, free funding coaches, a lot of great stuff going on with Top Step. Really useful to learn to trade and day trade with less risk. You can still lose money, of course, but it's much less typically than it would be if you put the money up yourself. Limited risk. But again, the reward is the same. They give you a demo. They test your skill. You still have some pressure. If you can pass their test, then they fund you. And again, once you're funded, there's a 90% split anyway. And so, again, if you haven't already, check them out. They are a sponsor. I'm biased in their favor. I can't guarantee you're going to make money or you'll not lose money either. Again, not an investment professional, not liable if you lose. Here's the link if you want to check it out. Great way to help support the channel. Also, check out Moomoo. If you open up a Moomoo account and deposit at least $100, you get 5 free stocks. You open up and deposit over 1,000, you get 15 free stocks. You open up and deposit over 5K, you get the previous 15 plus a free share of Google or Tesla. There's tons of resources, economic calendars. I can follow traders to see what their portfolio looks like, see when they make transactions and buys down here, see what they're up on the month, on total, and copy the best traders if I want to. Again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money doing so, but really useful. Their economic calendar shows me what's going on in the market. And so again, I can go to economic data here, type in North America 3-star, see PPI, retail sales next week, building permits, crude oil, Philly Fed Index, and all that good stuff. I can also get a heat map, build my own screeners. A lot of great resources here on Moomoo. You can check out the link pinned to the top of the chat as well as in the description. Y'all be safe. Y'all have a happy and fun weekend. Again, bump that subscribe button, hit the notification bell, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate the love and support. I'll see you guys later. Good luck.